The sound of the cupboard door slamming shut echoed through 8-year-old Harry Potter's bones like thunder through a storm drain. The darkness that followed was absolute, the kind that pressed against your eyelids and made you forget what colors looked like. He curled tighter into the corner where the slanted stairs met the wall, his knees drawn up to his chest, trying to make himself smaller than the space that already barely contained him. The belt marks across his back throbbed with each heartbeat, a rhythmic reminder of Uncle Vernon's fury just minutes before. Harry pressed his face against his knees and tried to remember what he had done wrong this time. Mrs. Henderson's wig turning blue during arithmetic class seemed like such a small thing, but apparently small things had a way of becoming enormous when they involved freakish behavior that decent people simply didn't tolerate. Outside his prison, he could hear the Dursleys settling into their evening routine. The television volume increased to drown out any sounds he might make. Aunt Petunia's voice drifted through the thin door as she served Dudley his third helping of chocolate pudding, cooing about what a good boy he was, how normal and proper, and absolutely nothing like certain ungrateful freaks who lived under their stairs. Harry's stomach twisted with hunger. The slice of stale bread he had received for breakfast felt like a distant memory, and dinner was obviously not going to happen. Again. He reached beneath the loose floorboard where he kept his few treasures hidden from Dudley's destructive hands. His fingers found the small collection of food scraps he had managed to save over the past week. A piece of apple from lunch, slightly brown but still edible. Half a biscuit from yesterday's tea that Aunt Petunia had thrown away because Dudley declared it too hard. A few crackers he had slipped into his pocket during a particularly chaotic moment when Dudley had knocked over the entire pantry while reaching for more sweets. The apple piece disappeared quickly, but it barely touched the gnawing emptiness in his belly. Harry leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes, trying to transport himself somewhere else entirely. Sometimes he imagined he was in one of the books he glimpsed in shop windows, living adventures where brave children faced down monsters and always found people who cared about them in the end. Sometimes he pictured flying away like the birds he watched from the playground, soaring over rooftops until he found a place where small boys with untidy hair and too big clothes were welcomed with warm meals and soft beds. The sound of footsteps overhead marked the progression of the evening, Uncle Vernon's heavy tread as he moved from the sitting room to the kitchen for another beer. Aunt Petunia's sharp clicks as she bustled about, cleaning up after dinner with the efficiency of someone who took pride in maintaining appearances. Dudley's thunderous stomping as he raced up and down the stairs, probably playing some violent game that would result in broken furniture, and somehow be blamed on Harry, despite his being locked away. When the house finally settled into the quiet rhythm of sleep, Harry allowed himself to move more freely within his cramped space. He pulled out his other treasures, a pencil stub he had found in the gutter, worn down to barely 2 inches, but still capable of making marks. A few sheets of paper salvaged from the rubbish bin, slightly crumpled, but with enough blank space for writing. And his most precious possession of all, a small notebook with a torn cover that someone had dropped outside the library. Inside its pages, Harry had been teaching himself to read and write properly, copying words from newspapers and magazines whenever he could get his hands on them. The Dursleys assumed he was stupid because his marks at school were poor, but Harry knew the truth. It was difficult to concentrate on lessons when your stomach was empty and your clothes did not fit, and every teacher looked at you with a mixture of pity and disappointment. But here in the darkness, with no one watching or judging, Harry could practice forming letters and sounding out words until they began to make sense. He had discovered that he was actually rather clever when given the chance to think without fear. Tonight, however, the pencil felt heavy in his hands. The paper seemed to mock him with its emptiness. What was the point of learning to read and write when tomorrow would bring only more punishment, more hunger, more reasons for Uncle Vernon to lose his temper, and Aunt Petunia to look at him like he was something unpleasant stuck to her shoe? The incident with Mrs. Henderson's wig had not been his fault. Harry was absolutely certain of this. though he could not explain exactly what had happened. One moment he had been sitting at his desk, trying to solve a particularly difficult subtraction problem, while Mrs. Henderson leaned over Piers Pocus to correct his work. Her bright yellow wig had been sitting slightly crooked on her head, and Harry had found himself wishing it would look more natural, more like real hair might look on a real person who did not need to pretend to have something she did not actually possess. The next moment, the entire classroom had erupted in laughter as Mrs. Henderson's wig transformed from artificial yellow to a brilliant shade of blue that matched the sky outside the window. She had spun around, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, and her eyes had immediately found Harry. As they always did when something strange or unexplainable occurred, Harry pressed his hands against his eyes and tried to push away the memory of what followed. The march to the headmaster's office, the phone call to the Dursleys, Uncle Vernon's arrival at school with his face already purple with rage, his massive hands clenched into fists that promised pain, the ride home in absolute silence, with Harry pressed against the passenger door and wishing he could dissolve into the upholstery. But it was what happened after they arrived at number 4 Privet Drive that had finally broken something inside Harry's chest. Something he had been carefully protecting for 8 long years. Uncle Vernon had not even waited until they were fully inside the house before the shouting began. Dudley had been lounging in front of the television, surrounded by empty sweet wrappers and wearing a satisfied smirk that suggested he knew exactly what was coming. Aunt Petunia had emerged from the kitchen with her arms crossed and her thin lips pressed into the disapproving line Harry knew so well. The accusations had poured out of Uncle Vernon like poison from a burst pipe. Freak. Weirdo. Unnatural little monster who brought shame on decent families and made normal children look bad with his freakish behavior. Did Harry think he could embarrass the Dursley name without consequences? Did he believe he could practice his abnormality in public places where respectable people might witness it? Did he imagine for one single moment that such behavior would be tolerated under this roof? Harry had tried to explain that he had not done anything intentionally, that he did not understand what had happened any more than Mrs. Henderson did. But his words had only seemed to increase Uncle Vernon's fury. The man's face had grown redder with each protest, until Harry feared he might actually explode like an overinflated balloon. Then Dudley had spoken up from his position on the sofa, his voice carrying the practiced whine of a child who knew exactly how to manipulate adults. He claimed that Harry had made his mathematics homework disappear right off his desk that morning, causing him to receive a poor mark and detention. The lie was so outrageous that Harry had actually gasped aloud, which Uncle Vernon had interpreted as an admission of guilt. That was when the belt had made its first appearance. Harry shifted position in the cupboard, trying to find a spot where the welts did not press against the wooden wall. Uncle Vernon had been particularly thorough this time, and Aunt Petunia had not merely stood by and watched. She had actively participated, searching through Harry's meagre possessions with the dedication of someone hunting for evidence of criminal behavior. She had found his hidden food supplies beneath the floorboard. She had discovered his notebook and pencil, studying them with the intensity of a scientist examining dangerous specimens. She had even located the small collection of smooth stones Harry had gathered from the school playground, stones that held no value except for their pleasing shapes and the way they felt warm in his palm after sitting in the sun. Everything had been confiscated, everything except the clothes on his back and the thin blanket that served as his bedding. Aunt Petunia had declared that if Harry wanted to behave like an animal, hoarding food and hiding things like a wild creature, then he could live like one. No books, no toys, no extra food, until he learned to be grateful for the generosity they had already shown him. The injustice of it burned in Harry's chest like acid. Generosity. As if locking a child in a cupboard and feeding him scraps was some sort of kindness. As if 8 years of casual cruelty and deliberate neglect should inspire gratitude rather than the desperate desire to escape that grew stronger with each passing day. Harry pulled his knees tighter to his chest and listened to the house settling around him. The refrigerator hummed in the kitchen, full of food he was not allowed to touch. The heating system clicked and whispered through the walls, warming rooms he was not permitted to enter. Above him, 3 people slept in comfortable beds with soft pillows and thick blankets, their bellies full and their consciences apparently untroubled by the small boy suffering alone in the darkness below. For the first time in his short life, Harry allowed himself to truly hate them, not the confused resentment of a child who did not understand why adults treated him badly, but the clear, focused hatred of someone who recognized injustice and refused to accept it any longer. Uncle Vernon with his purple face and violent hands. Aunt Petunia with her sharp voice and sharper punishments. Even Dudley, whose casual cruelty had helped orchestrate tonight's beating with his fabricated story about disappearing homework. They wanted him to be grateful. They wanted him to apologize for existing, to thank them for the privilege of being unwanted and unloved in their perfect normal house. But Harry was done apologizing for things he could not control. Done accepting blame for accidents he did not cause, done pretending that their treatment of him was somehow justified or deserved. The anger built inside him like pressure in a tea kettle, growing hotter and more intense with each breath. He thought about Mrs. Henderson's wig turning blue, about Dudley's homework that really had vanished from his desk that morning, about all the other strange incidents that had surrounded him since he was old enough to notice such things. Glass breaking when he was upset, lights flickering when he was frightened, objects moving when he was angry, always when he was experiencing strong emotions, always when he most desperately wanted something to change. Maybe he was a freak. Maybe there was something fundamentally wrong with him that made impossible things happen when he was not paying attention. But if that was true, then perhaps it was time to stop fighting it. Perhaps it was time to see exactly what a freak could accomplish when he stopped trying to be normal and started trying to be free. Harry pressed his palms against the cupboard door and closed his eyes. He thought about being somewhere else, anywhere else, in a place where people did not hurt small children for accidents they could not prevent. He thought about warm beds and full meals and adults who spoke kindly instead of shouting. He thought about having choices, about being able to walk away from people who caused him pain. The wanting was so intense it made his whole body tremble. It filled his chest and spread through his limbs like electricity, building and building until he felt as though he might burst from containing it. Somewhere in the distance, he heard a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, though there was no wind and no chimes anywhere in the Dursley house. The cupboard door swung open. Harry blinked in confusion, staring at the narrow strip of hallway visible beyond his prison. The door had definitely been locked. He had heard Uncle Vernon turn the key and test the handle to make sure it was secure. But now it stood ajar, revealing the familiar shadows of the entrance hall and the faint light from the street lamp filtering through the frosted glass beside the front door. He crawled forward cautiously, expecting the door to slam shut at any moment, expecting Uncle Vernon to appear and drag him back into the cupboard with renewed fury. But the house remained quiet, filled only with the soft sounds of sleeping people and the distant hum of electrical appliances. Harry stood up slowly, his legs cramping from hours of confinement. The hallway seemed enormous after the cramped cupboard, stretching away toward the kitchen in one direction and the front door in the other. He had not been free to move through this space without supervision for longer than he could remember. Everything looked different when you could examine it, without fear of immediate punishment. He took a tentative step toward the kitchen, thinking of the bread in the pantry and the milk in the refrigerator. His empty stomach urged him forward, but something else held him back. A strange awareness that this moment was bigger than hunger, more significant than the simple desire for food. The door had opened for a reason, and that reason had nothing to do with midnight snacks. The front door drew his attention like a magnet. Beyond that barrier lay the street where normal families lived normal lives, where children slept in proper bedrooms instead of cupboards, where 8-year-olds were not beaten for accidents they could not explain. Harry had walked through that door thousands of times, but always with a Dursley escort, always with a destination and a timeline that someone else controlled. Tonight, for the first time in his life, he could choose where to go. Harry returned to the cupboard and gathered his few remaining possessions: the thin blanket that served as both mattress and covering, a spare pair of socks with holes in the heels, the small plastic bag he sometimes used to carry his school things. It was not much to show for 8 years of existence, but it was everything he had in the world. He hesitated at the threshold, looking back at the house that had been his prison for as long as he could remember. Part of him whispered that this was madness, that he had nowhere to go, and no way to survive on his own. Part of him insisted that Uncle Vernon would find him and bring him back, and the punishment would be worse than anything he had experienced so far. But a larger part of him, a part that had been growing stronger with each passing day, recognized that staying was no longer an option. Whatever strange power had opened the cupboard door, whatever freakish ability had turned Mrs. Henderson's wig blue and made Dudley's homework disappear, it was trying to tell him something important. It was time to stop accepting the unacceptable. It was time to find out what lay beyond the boundaries of Privet Drive. Harry pulled the front door closed behind him and stepped into the night. The air was cool against his skin, carrying the scents of gardens and distant rain. Street lamps cast pools of yellow light along the sidewalk, creating a pathway that led away from everything familiar and toward possibilities he had never dared to imagine. He walked quickly but quietly, his bare feet silent against the pavement. Each step took him further from the house where he had learned that love was something other people received, and further toward whatever unknown future waited beyond the neat borders of Little Whinging. Behind him, number 4 Privet Drive remained dark and peaceful, its occupants unaware that their unwanted charge had finally chosen freedom over safety. The neighborhood streets stretched out before him like veins in a vast body, connecting house to house and life to life in patterns he had never been free to explore. Harry chose his direction randomly, turning left at the first corner simply because the street lamp ahead seemed brighter than the others. He had no destination in mind, no plan beyond putting as much distance as possible between himself and the cupboard under the stairs. 3 streets over, exhaustion finally caught up with him. The adrenaline that had carried him away from Privet Drive began to fade, replaced by the bone-deep weariness of someone who had endured too much for too long. His back ached where Uncle Vernon's belt had found its mark, his empty stomach cramped with hunger. His bare feet were growing numb from the cold pavement. Harry found himself on a street called Magnolia Crescent, lined with houses that looked remarkably similar to the one he had just escaped. Neat gardens, tidy driveways, windows that glowed softly with the light of comfortable lives lived behind closed curtains. He wondered if any of these houses contained children who slept in cupboards, but somehow he doubted it. The very air here seemed different, charged with the kind of contentment that came from being wanted and valued. A garden shed at the back of one property caught his attention. It was tucked behind a hedge, partially hidden from view, but close enough to the house to benefit from the warmth that leaked through the walls. The door was secured with a simple latch rather than a lock, and when Harry tested it gently, it opened without resistance. Inside, the shed was clean and organized in a way that spoke of careful maintenance. Garden tools hung from pegs on the walls. Bags of fertilizer and plant food were stacked neatly in one corner. A small workbench held pots and seed packets, arranged with the precision of someone who took pride in growing things rather than destroying them. Harry spread his blanket on the floor between the workbench and the far wall, creating a small nest that felt infinitely more welcoming than his cupboard ever had. He curled up on his side and pulled the thin fabric around his shoulders, listening to the sounds of the night filtering through the shed walls. An owl called somewhere in the distance. A cat walked across gravel with delicate footsteps. The wind stirred the leaves of what sounded like a large tree, creating a gentle rustling that was nothing like the harsh voices and slamming doors he was accustomed to hearing. For the first time in 8 years, Harry Potter fell asleep without the sound of locks turning or the fear of what tomorrow might bring. He slept deeply and dreamlessly, his body finally able to rest without the constant vigilance that had defined his entire existence. Outside the shed, the world continued its quiet rotation, carrying him through the darkness toward a dawn that would change everything he thought he knew about his place in it. The night air grew colder as the hours passed, but Harry remained warm beneath his blanket, wrapped in something more powerful than wool or cotton. For the first time in his life, he had chosen his own shelter, made his own decision about where to spend the night. The shed belonged to strangers who did not even know he existed, but it felt more like home than number 4 Privet Drive ever had. Freedom, Harry discovered, was not about having everything you wanted. It was about having the right to want things at all, to make choices and face consequences, and try again when the first attempt did not work out as planned. It was about recognizing that you deserved better than whatever scraps other people were willing to throw your way. As sleep deepened and the shed settled around him, Harry's unconscious mind began to process the events that had led him to this moment. The door opening without a key. The strange incidents at school that always seemed to happen when his emotions were strongest. The feeling of electricity in the air when he wished desperately for things to change. Perhaps he really was different from other people. Perhaps there was something inside him that could make impossible things happen when the need was great enough. If that was true, then running away was only the beginning. If he could open locked doors with the power of wanting to be free, then perhaps he could do other things as well. Perhaps being a freak was not the curse the Dursleys had always claimed it was. Perhaps it was the greatest gift he could have received. The winter morning that would reshape Harry Potter's understanding of his place in both the magical and non-magical worlds arrived with an unusual quality of expectancy that seemed to permeate the very air around the Granger household. Snow had fallen during the night, transforming the familiar garden into a pristine landscape that sparkled with magical enhancement from the children's ongoing collaborative work. But today, the beauty carried undertones of something far more significant than seasonal change. Dumbledore had requested a meeting to discuss Harry's future educational options and the broader implications of his remarkable development. But the gravity in his message had suggested that this conversation would address questions that went far beyond academic planning. The time had come to consider Harry's role in conflicts and responsibilities that had been shaped by forces beyond his control, decisions that would determine not only his own path forward, but potentially the future of both magical and non-magical communities. Harry sat at the breakfast table with Hermione beside him, both children surrounded by the advanced magical texts and scientific journals that had become the foundation of their hybrid educational approach. Over the past months, their collaborative abilities had continued to evolve in ways that exceeded every prediction and theoretical framework that magical educators had developed to understand exceptional student development. Dr. Granger placed a cup of tea before each child with the gentle efficiency that had characterized her approach to their care since that first morning when she had discovered Harry injured and frightened in their garden shed. The transformation in his physical and emotional condition over the intervening time was so dramatic that visitors often had difficulty believing he was the same child who had arrived, seeking nothing more than temporary refuge from impossible circumstances. This morning's discussion will be different from our previous conversations with Professor Dumbledore, she said, her voice carrying the careful tone that preceded serious adult conversations about challenging topics. He has indicated that there are aspects of your background and potential future that we need to address directly, things that may influence the educational and personal choices available to you as you continue to develop your remarkable abilities. Doctor. Granger settled into his chair with the systematic attention that characterized his approach to any complex problem requiring thorough analysis and strategic planning. Harry, he said, We want you to understand that whatever information Professor Dumbledore might share with us today, our commitment to your welfare and happiness remains absolutely unchanged. You are our son in every way that matters, and no external expectations or responsibilities will be allowed to compromise the family bonds we have built together. The reassurance was both comforting and slightly alarming, suggesting that the adults anticipated revelations that might otherwise threaten Harry's sense of security and belonging. He had grown accustomed to being valued for his intelligence and character rather than for any mysterious significance that others might attach to his background or abilities, and the idea that broader magical conflicts might eventually intrude on his carefully reconstructed life filled him with familiar anxiety. Hermione reached across the table to grasp his hand with the fierce protectiveness that had become one of the defining characteristics of their partnership. "Whatever Professor Dumbledore has to tell us," she said, her voice carrying the same clinical precision she brought to magical research, but warmed with sisterly determination, "it does not change the fact that we are family, and we face everything together. Your past does not define your future, unless you choose to let it." Professor Thistlebottom arrived shortly before Dumbledore, bringing with her an armload of ancient texts and magical instruments that suggested today's discussion would involve practical demonstrations as well as theoretical conversations. Her expression carried a mixture of professional excitement and personal concern that indicated she was aware of the significant decisions that might emerge from the morning's deliberations. "Good morning, everyone," she said, settling her materials on the kitchen table with the careful attention of someone who understood that historical artifacts required respectful handling. "Professor Dumbledore has asked me to provide documentation of Harry and Hermione's collaborative magical development, particularly the applications that might have broader implications for addressing ongoing conflicts in the magical world." When Dumbledore arrived, his presence seemed to fill the kitchen with an authority and gravitas that transcended his physical appearance. He wore formal robes that suggested the importance of the occasion, but his expression carried the mixture of grandfatherly affection and strategic responsibility that had characterized all his interactions with the Granger family since Harry's situation had first come to his attention. "Thank you for agreeing to this discussion," he said, addressing all four family members with the respect that had made him such an effective advocate for Harry's continued development within their household. "The time has come to consider questions about Harry's future that cannot be delayed much longer, given the remarkable progress he has made and the larger context that continues to shape magical society." He gestured toward the evidence of Harry and Hermione's magical work that was visible throughout the house: plants that thrived with impossible vitality, books that organized themselves according to the children's research needs, and an atmosphere of harmony and productivity that seemed to enhance everyone who spent time in their environment. "What you have accomplished here," he continued, "represents something unprecedented in the history of magical education and family integration. But it also raises questions about how Harry's exceptional abilities might eventually be applied to challenges that extend beyond individual development and academic achievement." Dr. Granger's response was immediate and uncompromising, delivered with the fierce advocacy that had characterized her approach to protecting Harry from external expectations that might compromise his well-being. "Professor Dumbledore," she said, "any discussion of Harry's future must be based on what serves his best interests as an individual child, not on what role others might wish him to play in conflicts that began before he was born." Her voice carried the authority of someone who had spent months documenting the remarkable healing and growth that had been possible once Harry was surrounded by people who prioritized his personal development over abstract responsibilities or strategic considerations. "We will not allow him to be treated as a weapon or a symbol, rather than as a human being who deserves to make his own choices about how to use his gifts." Dumbledore nodded, with what appeared to be genuine approval for the position that Dr. Granger had articulated. "Your protectiveness is exactly what Harry has needed and deserved throughout his development," he replied. "But I would ask you to consider the possibility that preparing him to understand his options and make informed choices about his future might actually serve his best interests better than attempting to shield him from information that will eventually affect his life, whether we discuss it openly or not. The conversation that followed was unlike any that the family had previously experienced, addressing topics that ranged from ancient prophecies and ongoing magical conflicts to the specific ways that Harry's collaborative abilities with Hermione might represent solutions to problems that conventional magical approaches had been unable to address effectively. Dumbledore began by explaining the broader context of the magical war that continued to threaten both magical and non-magical communities, describing the ideology and methods of dark forces that sought to establish magical supremacy through violence and intimidation. The conflict had its roots in centuries of tension between different factions within magical society, but it had escalated in recent years to the point where it posed existential threats to the peaceful coexistence that most magical people preferred. More specifically, he revealed that Harry's parents had been killed because of their opposition to these dark forces and their refusal to join a movement that promised power and privilege to those willing to embrace hatred and violence as political tools. Their deaths had not been random casualties of a broader conflict, but deliberate assassinations designed to eliminate effective opponents and send a message to other potential resistors. Most significantly, Dumbledore explained that there were prophecies and magical traditions that suggested Harry himself might play a crucial role in resolving the conflict, not through conventional magical combat, but through applications of the collaborative healing abilities that he had been developing with Hermione's partnership and the Granger family's support. Harry listened to these revelations with a mixture of fascination and trepidation that reflected the complex emotions of learning that his personal history was connected to much larger patterns of conflict and responsibility. The idea that his parents had died defending principles and people they valued was both inspiring and overwhelming, suggesting that he had inherited not only magical abilities, but also moral obligations that might eventually require significant sacrifices. But the most remarkable discovery came when Dumbledore asked Harry and Hermione to demonstrate some of their most advanced collaborative techniques while he monitored their magical signatures using instruments that could detect and analyze energy patterns that were normally invisible to conscious observation. The results of this analysis revealed something that none of them had anticipated or prepared for. When Harry and Hermione worked together, their combined magical output produced frequencies and harmonics that seemed specifically attuned to counteracting the types of destructive magic that characterized dark wizarding practices. Their collaborative healing abilities were not simply beneficial in general terms, but appeared to be naturally suited to undoing the damage caused by hatred, violence, and oppression. Moreover, the permanence and self-sustaining nature of their magical enhancements suggested that their work could create lasting changes that would be resistant to corruption or destruction by opposing forces. If they could indeed restore and strengthen both natural and social systems on a large scale, their abilities might eventually make it impossible for dark wizards to maintain the fear and despair that provided the foundation for their political power. Professor Thistlebottom's analysis of these findings was both encouraging and sobering. Harry and Hermione had developed something that magical theory suggested should not be possible, she said, but their abilities seemed to represent exactly the kind of constructive power that could address the root causes of magical conflict rather than simply responding to its symptoms. However, she continued, the effectiveness of their collaborative approach depended entirely on the emotional and psychological foundation that they had built together through family support and educational innovation. Any attempt to exploit their abilities for strategic purposes without maintaining their personal well-being and collaborative partnership would likely destroy the very qualities that made their magic so potentially transformative. Dr. Granger's medical perspective focused on the importance of ensuring that any future applications of Harry and Hermione's abilities supported their continued development as healthy, well-adjusted young people rather than treating them as resources to be utilized for adult purposes. The isolation and pressure that often affected children who were considered strategically important could be devastating to their psychological development and might actually reduce their effectiveness rather than enhancing it. Dr. Granger's scientific background led him to emphasize the importance of systematic research and documentation as the children's abilities continued to evolve and their applications became more sophisticated. The phenomena they were producing had implications that extended far beyond magical conflict resolution into areas of environmental restoration, medical treatment, and social healing that could benefit entire communities if properly developed and applied. Hermione approached the discussion with her characteristic analytical precision, asking detailed questions about the theoretical foundations that might explain their collaborative effects and the practical applications that such abilities might eventually support. She was particularly interested in understanding whether their current results represented the full extent of what collaborative magic could accomplish, or whether they were still in the early stages of developing capabilities that might prove even more significant. Harry found himself thinking about the responsibilities that seemed to accompany his growing understanding of his place in the larger magical world. The idea that his abilities might be used to help resolve conflicts and heal communities was both inspiring and daunting, suggesting that he needed to continue developing not only his magical skills, but also his judgment and wisdom to ensure that his power was used appropriately and effectively. The solution that emerged from these discussions reflected the same innovative thinking that had characterized all of the family's approaches to Harry's education and development. Rather than treating his potential role in magical conflicts as something that required him to choose between personal happiness and public service, they would design an educational and developmental path that allowed him to prepare for whatever contributions he might eventually choose to make, while preserving the family connections and collaborative partnerships that had made his growth possible. Dumbledore would provide access to information and resources about the broader magical world and the ongoing conflicts that might eventually require Harry's attention. But this knowledge would be integrated into his existing educational program, rather than replacing the hybrid approach that had proven so successful. He would learn about magical history, political theory, and conflict resolution alongside continued development of his collaborative abilities with Hermione. Most importantly, any future involvement in magical conflicts would be based on Harry's own informed choices rather than external expectations or obligations imposed by others. He would be prepared to understand his options and make decisions based on his own values and priorities, but he would not be pressured to accept responsibilities that might compromise his well-being or his relationships with the people who had provided the foundation for his recovery and development. The Granger parents would continue to play active roles in Harry's preparation, contributing their professional expertise in medical, psychological, and scientific areas, while also providing the emotional support and family stability that had proven essential to his continued growth. Their commitment to his individual welfare would serve as a safeguard against any attempts to treat him as a strategic asset rather than as a human being who deserved love and protection. As the discussion continued throughout the morning, Harry found himself developing a new understanding of what his future might hold. Rather than being forced to choose between the family that had saved him and the magical world that needed his help, he was being offered the opportunity to serve both in ways that honored his gifts while preserving his humanity and his connections to the people who valued him for who he was, rather than what he could accomplish for others. The practical arrangements that were developed would allow Harry to continue living with the Granger family while receiving increasingly sophisticated education in magical theory, conflict resolution, and leadership skills. He would have opportunities to meet and learn from other young people who were preparing for adult roles in magical society, but these experiences would supplement rather than replace the collaborative partnership with Hermione that had proven so central to his magical development. Moreover, his inheritance from his parents would provide him with the financial resources to support innovative educational and research projects that could benefit other children who needed alternatives to conventional approaches. He could use his position and abilities to help create the kind of supportive environment he had found with the Grangers for other young people who might otherwise be lost to neglect or exploitation. As afternoon approached and the formal discussion began to wind down, Dumbledore made one final observation that captured the significance of what they had accomplished together. In 40 years of involvement in magical conflicts, he said, I have learned that lasting peace cannot be achieved through victory over opponents, but only through healing the conditions that make conflict seem necessary or inevitable. He looked directly at Harry as he continued, What you and Hermione have developed together represents exactly the kind of constructive power that could transform magical society by making it impossible for hatred and fear to find the purchase they need to motivate violence and oppression. Your abilities are not weapons to be used against enemies, but tools for creating the kind of world where such enemies cannot thrive. After Dumbledore and Professor Thistlebottom departed, the family spent the afternoon processing the remarkable developments that would shape their future while preserving everything that had made their present so fulfilling. They had successfully negotiated an approach to Harry's broader responsibilities that honored both his potential contributions to magical society and his need for continued family support and collaborative partnership. Harry fell asleep that night with a deeper understanding of his place in the world than he had ever possessed before, but also with the security of knowing that whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them with the support of people who loved him unconditionally. The future was no longer something that would be imposed upon him by forces beyond his control, but something he would help create through choices made in partnership with the family that had chosen to value his humanity above all other considerations. The magical world was about to discover that love, properly applied and supported by genuine understanding, could indeed provide solutions to conflicts that had seemed intractable when approached through conventional methods of opposition and defeat. Harry Potter, who had begun his life as an unwanted burden on reluctant relatives, was about to show both magical and non-magical communities what became possible when exceptional children were given exceptional support by people who understood that the greatest magic was the decision to care for each other with wisdom, courage, and unconditional commitment. Outside his window, the snow-covered garden continued to bloom with impossible beauty beneath its winter blanket, a testament to what could be accomplished when healing and growth were supported by patience, dedication, and the kind of love that saw potential rather than problems in every challenge that presented itself. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to learn and serve, but tonight it was enough to know that he was exactly where he belonged, with exactly the people who could help him become everything he was meant to be. The spring morning that would test everything the Granger family had built together began with an ominous stillness that seemed to press against the windows of their home like a living presence. Harry woke to find that the usual symphony of birds and small creatures that inhabited their magically enhanced garden had fallen silent, replaced by a tension so palpable that it made his skin prickle with warning sensations he had learned to trust implicitly. Beside him in the kitchen, Hermione looked up from her advanced defensive magic textbook with the alert expression of someone who had detected a fundamental change in their environment. Her systematic documentation of unusual magical phenomena had become so comprehensive that she could identify subtle variations in ambient magical energy that most adult practitioners would never notice, and this morning carried signatures that suggested deliberate concealment and hostile intention. Doctor, Granger emerged from her study with the focused urgency that characterized her response to medical emergencies, but her concern this morning was directed toward threats that no conventional medical training could address. The intelligence networks that had been established to monitor potential dangers to their family had been activated overnight, bringing warnings that the security they had carefully constructed around their innovative educational experiment was about to face its most serious challenge. Intelligence suggests that Death Eaters are planning to target Harry in his current environment, she said, her voice carrying the clinical precision that helped her maintain professional competence even when discussing threats to her son's safety. The Order of the Phoenix has offered to relocate him to a safe house where he would be protected by traditional magical security measures, but this would require separating him from our family and ending the collaborative educational approach that has proven so effective. Dr. Granger settled at the table with the systematic attention that preceded serious strategic discussions about complex problems requiring careful analysis and innovative solutions. The people making these recommendations, he said, are operating from conventional assumptions about child protection that do not account for the unique circumstances we have created here, or the remarkable capabilities that Harry and Hermione have developed through their partnership. Harry felt the familiar tightness in his chest that accompanied any suggestion that external authorities might disrupt the life he had built with the Granger family. But this morning, the anxiety was tempered by something that had not existed during his early months of recovery. He was no longer the terrified child who had fled from the Dursleys with nothing but desperation and hope, but a young person who had developed genuine capabilities and earned the respect of adults who valued his judgment and input. Professor Thistlebottom arrived earlier than scheduled, her usually cheerful demeanor replaced by the focused intensity of someone who understood that theoretical discussions about magical development had suddenly become matters of immediate practical urgency. The magical monitoring systems we have established around your property detected multiple unauthorized intrusions during the night, she said, spreading detailed charts across the kitchen table that mapped energy signatures and movement patterns around their home. The attempted reconnaissance was sophisticated and persistent, she continued, suggesting that whoever is planning this operation has access to advanced magical resources and considerable strategic expertise. They were testing our defensive measures and gathering information about daily routines that would allow them to plan an effective assault or abduction attempt. Hermione immediately leaned forward with the analytical intensity that characterized her approach to any problem that threatened their family's security and stability. "Professor Thistlebottom," she said, her voice carrying the same clinical precision she brought to magical research, but sharpened by protective determination. "What specific capabilities do these Death Eaters possess? And how do their methods compare to the defensive magic that Harry and I have been developing through our collaborative training?" The question revealed the depth of transformation that had taken place in both children over the months since Harry had first appeared in their garden shed, seeking nothing more than escape from impossible circumstances. Rather than accepting adult assurances that they would be protected through conventional means, Hermione was systematically analyzing the threat and evaluating their own resources for addressing it independently. Professor Thistlebottom's response reflected her recognition that these children had developed capabilities that exceeded many adult practitioners and deserved to be treated as strategic partners rather than passive recipients of adult protection. The Death Eaters employ primarily destructive and coercive magic designed to create fear, inflict pain, and overwhelm opponents through superior force, she replied. Their effectiveness depends on psychological intimidation as much as magical power, and they typically target individuals who feel isolated and vulnerable. However, she continued with something that sounded very much like professional satisfaction. Your collaborative defensive abilities represent exactly the kind of constructive magic that has historically proven most effective against dark wizarding practices. When you work together to strengthen and protect rather than attack and dominate, you create magical effects that dark wizards find extremely difficult to counter or overcome. Dr. Granger's medical training allowed her to recognize the implications of this assessment in ways that provided both reassurance and strategic insight. "Are you suggesting," she asked, "that Harry and Hermione might actually be safer here, working together with family support, than they would be in conventional magical protection, where they would be separated from the collaborative partnership that enhances their abilities?" "Precisely," Professor Thistlebottom confirmed, her voice carrying the authority of someone who had spent decades studying magical theory and its practical applications. "Most magical children who are considered strategically important are isolated for their protection. But this isolation often makes them more vulnerable rather than less. Harry and Hermione have developed something unprecedented, a support system that actually strengthens their magical capabilities while providing the emotional foundation they need to use those abilities effectively. The conversation that followed addressed tactical questions that had never been considered in the history of magical child protection, exploring ways that a family home could be transformed into a defensive position that would be more secure than conventional safe houses, while maintaining the educational and emotional environment that had proven so crucial to the children's development. The solution that emerged was characteristically innovative and comprehensive, drawing on resources and expertise from multiple disciplines to create something that had never been attempted before. Rather than evacuating Harry to a traditional safe house, they would transform the Granger property into a secure educational facility that could serve as a model for protecting other exceptional magical children, while allowing them to continue developing their abilities through family support and collaborative training. The defensive preparations began immediately, with Professor Thistlebottom coordinating magical protections, while the Granger parents managed non-magical security measures and communications with authorities who needed to understand that this family would not be separated by external threats, regardless of their apparent legitimacy or good intentions. Hermione approached the security planning with characteristic systematic thoroughness, documenting every defensive measure and analyzing their potential effectiveness against various types of attack. Her research revealed that collaborative defensive magic had historical precedents in ancient magical traditions, but these techniques had been largely forgotten because they required the kind of deep emotional bonds and mutual trust that were rare even among adult practitioners. Harry found himself taking on responsibilities that would have been unthinkable during his early months of recovery, but which now seemed like natural extensions of the leadership skills he had been developing through his educational experiences and family relationships. Rather than accepting adult protection passively, he was actively contributing to strategic planning and defensive preparations that would protect not only himself, but the people who had chosen to share the risks associated with refusing to abandon him to conventional authorities. The most remarkable discovery came when Harry and Hermione began testing the defensive applications of their collaborative abilities under expert supervision and controlled conditions. Working together, they were able to create protective barriers that were not simply stronger than individual magical shields, but qualitatively different in ways that made them resistant to the types of attack that Death Eaters typically employed. Their collaborative magic seemed to function by enhancing and strengthening existing systems rather than creating artificial barriers that could be overcome through superior force. When they focused their combined abilities on protecting their home and family, the entire property became more resilient, more harmonious, and more actively resistant to intrusion by hostile forces. Plants throughout the garden began growing in patterns that provided natural concealment and early warning systems, while also creating an environment that felt welcoming to friends but uncomfortable to enemies. The house itself seemed to become more solid and secure, with doors and windows that would open readily for family members, but resist forced entry by unauthorized individuals. Most significantly, the emotional atmosphere of the entire property was enhanced in ways that promoted clear thinking, calm decision-making, and cooperative action among the defenders, while creating psychological pressure that would make it difficult for attackers to maintain focus and coordination. Dr. Granger documented these effects with the systematic thoroughness of a professional researcher, creating detailed records that demonstrated how collaborative magical enhancement could transform not just individual capabilities, but entire environments in ways that provided comprehensive protection without relying on violence or aggressive countermeasures. Dr. Granger monitored the psychological aspects of the situation, ensuring that the increased security preparations did not create anxiety or trauma that might interfere with the children's continued development and well-being. His analysis revealed that both Harry and Hermione were actually thriving under the increased responsibility and challenge, developing confidence and competence that came from knowing they could protect the people they cared about, rather than simply being protected by them. The test of their preparations came sooner than anyone had anticipated, but in ways that demonstrated just how effective their innovative approach had become. The Death Eater assault that magical intelligence had predicted materialized as a coordinated attack designed to overwhelm conventional defenses through superior numbers and aggressive magical techniques. But the attackers found themselves facing something they had never encountered and were not prepared to address. Rather than meeting aggression with counter-aggression, Harry and Hermione responded to the attack by strengthening and enhancing the protective systems they had established around their home and family. Their collaborative magic did not attempt to defeat the attackers directly, but created conditions that made their hostile intentions increasingly difficult to maintain, and their destructive magic increasingly ineffective. The garden itself seemed to come alive in defense of the family it had been enhanced to protect, with plants and natural systems creating obstacles and diversions that confused and frustrated the attackers while providing cover and support for the defenders. The house became a fortress, not through the addition of artificial barriers, but through the enhancement of its fundamental structural integrity and security. Most remarkably, the emotional and psychological effects of the children's collaborative defensive magic began affecting the attackers themselves in ways that undermined their ability to maintain the hatred and anger that fueled their destructive capabilities. Several Death Eaters actually abandoned the assault when they found themselves unable to sustain the emotional states necessary for effective dark magic, while others became increasingly uncoordinated and ineffective as their aggressive intentions were weakened by exposure to the harmonious environment the children had created. The resolution of the attack came not through defeat of enemies, but through transformation of the entire situation in ways that made continued hostility seem pointless and self-destructive. The Death Eaters withdrew not because they had been overpowered, but because their reasons for attacking had been undermined by their exposure to magic that healed rather than harmed, that strengthened rather than weakened, that created rather than destroyed. Professor Thistlebottom's analysis of these events provided validation for educational and defensive approaches that challenged fundamental assumptions about how magical conflicts should be addressed. What Harry and Hermione accomplished together, she said, represents exactly the kind of transformative power that could change magical society by making it impossible for dark wizards to recruit followers or maintain the fear that provides the foundation for their political influence. The success of their defensive collaboration attracted attention from magical authorities who had previously been skeptical about innovative approaches to child protection and security, but who could not ignore the effectiveness of methods that had proven superior to conventional alternatives. The Granger family found themselves consulting with security experts and educational administrators who wanted to understand how their approach might be adapted for other situations involving exceptional children and external threats. More importantly, the incident demonstrated that Harry and Hermione had developed not only remarkable magical abilities, but the judgment and emotional maturity to use those abilities responsibly under pressure. They had faced genuine danger, not as victims seeking adult protection, but as capable young people who could contribute meaningfully to their own defense and the safety of their loved ones. The aftermath of the attack brought official recognition that the Granger family's innovative approach to magical education and child protection was not only effective, but potentially transformative for how magical society addressed conflicts and challenges that conventional methods had been unable to resolve satisfactorily. Dr. Granger received formal invitations to consult with medical institutions that wanted to explore applications of collaborative magical healing in clinical settings, while Dr. Granger was asked to advise educational authorities about psychological approaches to supporting exceptional children who might otherwise be overwhelmed by isolation and pressure. Professor Thistlebottom found herself appointed to a new position, developing curricula that integrated family support with institutional resources, creating educational pathways for students whose needs exceeded conventional academic frameworks, but who could thrive given appropriate flexibility and innovation. But perhaps most significantly, Harry and Hermione had proven that love, properly applied and supported by genuine understanding, could indeed provide solutions to conflicts that seemed intractable when approached through conventional methods of opposition and defeat. Their collaborative abilities represented not just advanced magical technique, but a fundamentally different approach to addressing challenges that emphasized healing and transformation rather than dominance and destruction. As evening settled over their secure but welcoming home, the family gathered around the dinner table for their traditional discussion of the day's events and planning for whatever adventures and challenges lay ahead. The conversation was quieter than usual, reflecting the significance of what they had experienced together and the deeper understanding they had gained about their capabilities and responsibilities. Harry looked around the table at the people who had chosen to love and protect him, who had stood with him against external threats while helping him develop the strength and wisdom to protect others in return. The transformation from terrified victim to capable defender had been gradual and supported at every step. But tonight, he could feel the completion of something that had begun the night he chose to flee from the Dursleys, rather than accept continued abuse and neglect. Hermione reached across the table to grasp his hand with the partnership that had become the foundation for everything else they had accomplished together. The collaborative magic that had enabled them to defend their home and family was simply the external expression of bonds that had been forged through months of shared learning, mutual support, and commitment to each other's growth and well-being. Dr. and Dr. Granger looked at their children with the satisfaction of adults who had successfully navigated unprecedented challenges while maintaining their fundamental commitment to family values and individual development. They had created something that had never existed before, a family structure that honored both personal relationships and broader social responsibilities without requiring anyone to choose between love and service. Outside the windows, their magically enhanced garden bloomed with impossible beauty in the gathering darkness, illuminated by soft light that seemed to emanate from the plants themselves rather than from artificial sources. It was a visible reminder of what could be accomplished when healing and growth were supported by patience, dedication, and the kind of love that saw potential rather than problems in every challenge that presented itself. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to learn and serve, new challenges that would test and develop everything they had discovered about collaboration, family, and the transformative power of magic applied with wisdom and compassion. But tonight, it was enough to know that they had faced genuine danger together, and emerged not only unharmed, but stronger, more capable, and more committed than ever to using their gifts in service of creating the kind of world where all children could experience the love and support that had made their own remarkable journey possible. The threats that had seemed so overwhelming just days before had been transformed into opportunities for growth and demonstration of capabilities that most people would have considered impossible for children their age. But Harry and Hermione had learned that the most powerful magic was not the ability to defeat enemies, but the capacity to transform enemies into friends through patient application of healing, understanding, and unconditional commitment to the well-being of all people, rather than just those who shared their own perspectives and values. The future stretched ahead with possibilities that none of them could have imagined when their extraordinary partnership first began, but all of them understood that whatever challenges they might face, they would meet them together as a family united by choice rather than obligation, dedicated to supporting each other through whatever adventures and discoveries awaited them in the remarkable journey they had chosen to share. The golden morning that would complete Harry Potter's transformation from abandoned child to empowered family member began with the arrival of an official delegation from the Wizengamot, the highest magical court in Britain, bearing documents that would reshape not only his individual future, but the entire approach to magical child welfare throughout the wizarding world. The parchments they carried represented the culmination of months of legal proceedings, public testimony, and unprecedented debate about the rights of exceptional children to choose their own paths rather than accepting whatever arrangements adults might impose upon them. Harry sat at the familiar kitchen table, surrounded by the people who had become his chosen family, no longer the terrified 8-year-old who had once hidden among garden tools, but a confident young person whose remarkable journey had captured the attention and admiration of magical communities throughout Europe and beyond. The transformation was visible not only in his physical health and emotional stability, but in the quiet authority that characterized his interactions with adults who had come to understand that his opinions and preferences deserved serious consideration. Dr. Granger placed the official documents before him, with the gentle ceremony that marked all the significant milestones in their family's shared history, her expression carrying the mixture of maternal pride and professional satisfaction that had defined her advocacy for his welfare since that first morning when she had discovered his injuries and chosen to protect him regardless of legal complications or social conventions. The Wizengamot has granted your petition for emancipation with conditions that recognize both your exceptional circumstances and your need for continued family support, she said, her voice warm with the triumph of successfully navigating legal systems that had never been designed to accommodate cases like Harry's unique situation and requirements. The formal language of the ruling acknowledged that Harry Potter had demonstrated intellectual maturity, emotional stability, and magical capabilities that exceeded conventional expectations for someone his age, while also recognizing that his continued development would benefit from the family connections and collaborative educational approaches that had proven so crucial to his recovery and growth. Dr. Granger leaned forward with the systematic attention that preceded his most important observations about complex situations requiring careful analysis and strategic planning. More importantly, he said, the court has established new precedents for protecting magical children who find themselves in circumstances that traditional custody arrangements cannot address adequately. Your case has created legal frameworks that will help other young people who need alternatives to conventional family structures. Hermione reached across the table to clasp Harry's hand with the partnership that had become the foundation for everything they had accomplished together over the past transformative year. The legal recognition of our collaborative magical abilities means that we will be able to continue working together as equal partners rather than being separated by institutional requirements that do not understand the importance of our connection, she said, her voice carrying the same analytical precision she brought to magical research, but warmed with sisterly affection and determination. Professor Thistlebottom arrived carrying an armload of documents and certificates that represented formal acknowledgement of the revolutionary educational approaches they had developed together, innovations that were already being studied and adapted by magical schools throughout the international wizarding community. Her expression radiated the professional satisfaction of an educator whose experimental methods had not only succeeded beyond all expectations, but had opened entirely new possibilities for how exceptional children could be supported and challenged. The Ministry of Magic has officially recognized the hybrid educational model you have pioneered as an approved alternative to traditional magical schooling, she announced with obvious pride and excitement. Hogwarts will be implementing modified programs based on your family-centered collaborative approach, and several other institutions have requested consultation about adapting your methods for their own exceptional students. But the most remarkable development was contained in documents that arrived by special magical courier, just as the family was processing the implications of Harry's formal emancipation. The formal adoption proceedings that would make Harry legally a Granger in both magical and non-magical worlds had been expedited and approved, with official recognition that his biological family's failures did not diminish his right to choose people who would value and protect him as he deserved. Dr. Granger's voice carried emotions too deep for easy expression as she read the official adoption decree that formalized what had been true in every way that mattered since the day they had first chosen to help a frightened child who had appeared in their garden shed. Harry James Potter Granger, she said, her medical training helping her maintain composure despite the overwhelming significance of the moment, you are now officially and permanently our son in every legal and social sense, with all the rights and protections that family membership provides. The ceremony that followed was small and intimate, conducted in their own sitting room with Professor McGonagall serving as official witness and Professor Thistlebottom documenting the proceedings for historical records that would preserve the details of what had become a landmark case in magical family law. But the significance of the moment extended far beyond legal formalities to encompass the completion of a healing process that had transformed not only Harry's individual circumstances, but the entire family's understanding of what was possible when love and commitment were supported by courage and innovation. Harry found himself thinking about the extraordinary journey that had brought him to this moment of security and belonging, reflecting on the night when he had chosen desperate flight over familiar suffering, and somehow found his way to people who would see his potential rather than his problems, his worth rather than his supposed deficiencies, his capacity for growth rather than his history of trauma and neglect. The legal proceedings had established important precedents, but more significantly, they had created a foundation for Harry to continue developing his remarkable abilities in an environment that honored both his individual needs and his collaborative partnership with Hermione. The hybrid educational program they had designed would allow him to pursue advanced magical studies while maintaining the family connections and scientific perspectives that had proven so crucial to his healing and development. Hermione had received her early acceptance to Hogwarts with arrangements that would allow her to modify her attendance schedule to accommodate the collaborative research projects that had become central to both children's educational experience. The traditional boundaries between individual and joint learning had been reimagined to support partnership rather than competition, collaboration rather than isolation, mutual support rather than independent achievement measured against arbitrary standards. Their magical abilities continued to evolve in ways that exceeded every theoretical framework that educators and researchers had developed to understand exceptional student development. But now these capabilities were supported by institutional resources and expert guidance that could help them apply their gifts constructively rather than simply managing them as curiosities or problems requiring containment. The children had begun design work on their own educational program that would combine the best aspects of traditional magical instruction with the innovative family-centered approaches that had proven so effective, creating something that could serve as a model for other young people who might benefit from alternatives to conventional academic and social structures. Dr. Granger had received numerous invitations to consult with educational and medical institutions that wanted to understand how family involvement could enhance, rather than interfere with professional treatment and instruction, while Dr. Granger was developing research protocols that could bridge magical and scientific methodologies in ways that might benefit both communities. But perhaps most importantly, Harry had established a foundation to help other magical children in difficult circumstances, using his inheritance and his growing influence to create resources and opportunities for young people who might otherwise be lost to neglect, abuse, or institutional inadequacy. The organization would provide family placement services, educational alternatives, and advocacy support for children whose needs exceeded conventional approaches. The first beneficiaries of this new foundation were already being identified through networks of magical social workers and child advocates who had been inspired by Harry's case to look more carefully at other situations involving exceptional children who were struggling within traditional structures. The success of the Granger family's approach had created hope that other young people might find similar opportunities for healing, growth, and the development of their unique gifts. The afternoon brought visitors from the international magical community who wanted to observe and learn from the educational innovations that were already attracting attention from schools and families throughout Europe and beyond. Delegations from magical institutions in France, Germany, and Scandinavia arrived to document methods that might be adapted for their own exceptional students, while researchers from non-magical universities expressed interest in the psychological and developmental principles that had made such remarkable success possible. The garden that surrounded their home had become something unprecedented in the history of magical horticulture. A living laboratory where collaborative enhancement techniques were being studied and documented by botanists, magical theorists, and environmental scientists who recognized that the children's abilities might eventually be applied to agricultural and ecological challenges that conventional approaches had been unable to address effectively. Every plant, tree, and flower in their enhanced environment displayed levels of health and vitality that defied conventional understanding of biological systems. But more importantly, they seemed to actively contribute to the emotional and psychological well-being of everyone who spent time in their presence. The garden had become a therapeutic environment where other magical children could experience the kind of supportive atmosphere that had proven so crucial to Harry and Hermione's development. As evening approached, the family gathered for their traditional dinner and discussion of the day's remarkable developments. But tonight, the conversation carried undertones of completion and new beginning that reflected the significance of what they had accomplished together over the past transformative months. Harry looked around the table at the people who had chosen to love and support him, who had stood with him through legal challenges and external threats, who had believed in his potential when he could not believe in himself, and who had created an environment where healing and growth were not only possible, but inevitable when supported by genuine commitment and unconditional acceptance. Dr. Granger raised her glass in a toast that captured the emotions too deep for ordinary words, her voice steady despite the overwhelming significance of the moment. "To Harry James Potter Granger," she said, "who has shown all of us what becomes possible when exceptional children are given exceptional love and support. You have transformed not only your own life, but the lives of everyone who has been privileged to share this remarkable journey with you." Dr. Granger's toast reflected the scientific precision that characterized his approach to everything important in his life. To the discovery that intelligence, courage, and compassion are the most powerful forces in any universe, magical or otherwise, he said, and to the family bonds that make it possible for all of us to become more than we ever could have been individually. Hermione's contribution carried the analytical clarity that had characterized all their collaborative work together, but warmed with affection that transcended mere intellectual partnership. "To the magic we create together," she said, "which has proven more transformative than any spell that could be cast by individual effort, and to the family that has taught us that the greatest achievements come from supporting each other rather than competing with each other." Professor Thistlebottom, who had become far more than an instructor over their months of working together, offered her own observation about the educational implications of what they had accomplished, to the demonstration that learning is most effective when it honors both individual capabilities and collaborative relationships, she said. "You have created something that will change magical education for generations of students who will benefit from your willingness to question conventional approaches and develop better alternatives." But Harry's own toast was the simplest and most profound of all. "To the people who saw me not as a problem to be solved, but as a person to be loved," he said, his voice carrying quiet authority that reflected everything he had learned about his own worth and potential over the past year. "And to the family that taught me that home is not a place you are assigned, but a place you choose to build with people who value what you have to offer." The celebration continued into the evening, with conversations that ranged from practical planning for the innovative educational programs they would be implementing to philosophical discussions about the nature of family, belonging, and the responsibilities that came with exceptional gifts and opportunities. As the formal visitors departed and the family settled into their comfortable evening routines, Harry found himself drawn to his room where he could reflect privately on the extraordinary transformation that had taken place since that desperate night when he had chosen freedom over familiar suffering, and somehow found his way to people who would help him discover everything he was capable of becoming. The books that lined his shelves represented not just academic subjects, but pathways to understanding himself and the world around him in ways that would have been impossible without the support and encouragement he had received from people who understood that education was most effective when it was based on love rather than fear, curiosity rather than competition, collaboration rather than isolation. His desk held projects that bridged magical and scientific methodologies, research that might eventually contribute to solving problems that affected both wizarding and non-magical communities, work that represented the kind of constructive application of exceptional abilities that could benefit everyone, rather than simply advancing individual achievement or institutional prestige. But perhaps most importantly, his room was filled with evidence of belonging and connection that had replaced the isolation and rejection that had characterized his early years. Photographs of family adventures, gifts from people who cared about his happiness, letters from other exceptional children who were following paths inspired by his success in finding alternatives to conventional approaches that had failed to meet their needs. Outside his window, the magically enhanced garden continued to bloom with impossible beauty in the gathering darkness, illuminated by soft light that seemed to emanate from the plants themselves rather than from artificial sources. It was a visible reminder of what could be accomplished when healing and growth were supported by patience, dedication, and the kind of love that saw potential rather than problems in every challenge that presented itself. The future stretched ahead, with possibilities that none of them could have imagined when Harry had first appeared in their garden, Shed seeking nothing more than escape from impossible circumstances. But all of them understood that, whatever challenges they might face, they would meet them together as a family, united by choice rather than obligation, dedicated to supporting each other through whatever adventures and discoveries awaited them. Harry had learned that the most powerful magic was not the ability to manipulate objects or defeat enemies, but the capacity to recognize worth in yourself and others, to build relationships based on mutual respect and genuine affection, to create environments where everyone could flourish, regardless of their background or the challenges they had previously faced. The boy who had once believed he deserved nothing better than a cupboard under the stairs had become a young man who understood that every child deserved love, support, and opportunities to develop their unique gifts in environments that honored their humanity, rather than simply exploiting their capabilities for adult purposes. As he prepared for sleep in his own room, surrounded by evidence of belonging and security that had once seemed impossible to imagine, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought him from despair to hope, from isolation to belonging, from surviving each day to building a future that could benefit not only himself, but other children who needed examples of what was possible when love was properly applied and supported by courage and determination. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to learn and serve, new challenges that would test and develop everything he had discovered about resilience, collaboration, and the transformative power of genuine family bonds. But tonight, it was enough to know that he was exactly where he belonged, with exactly the people who could help him continue becoming everything he was meant to be. The nightmares were over. The dreams were just beginning, and the magic that had started with a desperate escape had become the foundation for a life that honored both his exceptional gifts and his fundamental humanity, proving that when children are given the love and support they deserve, there are no limits to what they can accomplish in service of creating a better world for everyone who shares it with them. The garden outside his window whispered with the voices of growing things that had been healed and strengthened through collaborative magic. But more importantly, it sang with the promise that such healing and growth were possible for anyone willing to believe that love, properly applied, could indeed transform whatever circumstances might have seemed impossible to overcome through individual effort alone. In the years to come, Harry James Potter Granger would use his gifts to help other children find their own paths to healing and belonging, to bridge magical and non-magical communities through innovative approaches that honored the best of both worlds, and to demonstrate that the greatest magic was always the decision to care for each other with wisdom, courage, and unconditional commitment to the well-being of all people, rather than just those who shared their own perspectives and experiences. But all of that was still to come. Tonight it was enough to be home. Dawn arrived with the gentle persistence of someone who understood that not all awakenings needed to be violent. Harry stirred beneath his thin blanket as soft morning light filtered through the single window of the garden shed, painting everything in shades of gold and amber that seemed impossibly beautiful after years of viewing the world through the narrow slats of a cupboard door. For a moment, he forgot where he was. The absence of shouting voices and slamming doors created a silence so complete that it felt almost magical. No heavy footsteps overhead, marking Uncle Vernon's morning routine. No sharp commands from Aunt Petunia about breakfast preparations and proper behavior. No thunderous crashes as Dudley threw himself around the house in pursuit of entertainment or food or both. Just peace. Quiet, simple, extraordinary peace. Harry sat up slowly, his body protesting the unfamiliar sleeping arrangement, but his mind clearer than it had been in months. The garden shed looked different in daylight, revealing details that had been hidden in the darkness of his arrival. Someone had painted the walls a cheerful green color that reminded him of spring leaves. Small glass jars lined one shelf, each containing seeds of different shapes and sizes, carefully labeled in neat handwriting. A watering can sat beside the door, its copper surface gleaming with the kind of care that spoke of genuine affection for the tools of cultivation. Through the window, he could see the garden that surrounded his temporary sanctuary. Flower beds arranged with mathematical precision created patterns of color that seemed to shift and change as the morning light moved across them. A vegetable patch occupied one corner, rows of green shoots emerging from dark earth with the determined optimism of things that expected to be tended and harvested. Everything spoke of careful planning and patient nurturing, the opposite of the neglect and hostility he had known all his life. The sound of a door opening somewhere nearby made Harry freeze. His first instinct was to hide, to make himself as small and invisible as possible before someone discovered his presence and dragged him back to face Uncle Vernon's wrath. But as footsteps approached the shed, he realized they were too light and measured to belong to an angry adult. Someone was walking through the garden with the careful deliberation of a person who did not wish to disturb anything unnecessarily. A shadow fell across the window, and then the shed door opened to reveal a girl who appeared to be roughly his own age. She had wild, bushy brown hair that seemed to have a mind of its own, and large brown eyes that widened with surprise when she spotted Harry sitting among the garden tools. She wore a neat blue dress that suggested parents who cared about her appearance, and she clutched a thick book against her chest with the protective gesture of someone who valued knowledge above most other possessions. For several seconds, neither child spoke. Harry prepared himself for screaming, for accusations of trespassing, for the inevitable summons of adult authorities who would return him to Privet Drive. But the girl simply studied him with the intensity of a scientist examining an unexpected but fascinating specimen. "You are bleeding," she said finally, her voice carrying the crisp pronunciation of someone who had been encouraged to speak properly from an early age. The statement was delivered without panic or judgment, merely an observation that required acknowledgement. Harry looked down at himself and realized she was correct. His escape from the Dursleys had reopened some of the welts across his back, and dark stains had seeped through his oversized shirt during the night. He had grown so accustomed to pain that he had stopped noticing it, but the evidence was clearly visible to anyone who cared to look. "I fell down," he said automatically, the lie emerging with the practiced ease of someone who had learned that truth often made situations worse rather than better. The girl tilted her head slightly, her expression suggesting that she found his explanation inadequate, but was willing to withhold judgment for the moment. "Those are not the kind of injuries you get from falling down," she replied. "I have read several books about first aid, Because my parents are dentists, and they believe children should understand basic medical principles. Those marks across your back are consistent with deliberate infliction of harm using a flexible implement, probably a belt. Harry stared at her in amazement. No one had ever spoken to him with such clinical precision, as though his injuries were worthy of serious analysis rather than dismissive excuses. Her vocabulary was far more sophisticated than that of most adults he knew, and she delivered complex sentences with the confidence of someone accustomed to being listened to when she spoke. "You talk like a grown-up," he said, which seemed like a safer response than addressing her disturbingly accurate assessment of his condition. "I read a great deal," she replied, as though this explained everything. "My parents encourage intellectual curiosity and provide me with access to materials that most children my age would find challenging. I find that books contain much more reliable information than most people are willing to share in ordinary conversation." She stepped further into the shed, closing the door behind her with careful attention to minimizing noise. Harry noticed that she moved with the deliberate grace of someone who was accustomed to navigating spaces filled with delicate or valuable objects. Everything about her suggested careful upbringing by people who expected intelligence and rewarded thoughtfulness. "What is your name?" she asked, settling cross-legged on the floor with her book still clutched against her chest. "I am Hermione Granger. I live in the house whose garden you have been sleeping in. My parents left for their dental practice approximately 20 minutes ago, which means we have several hours before they return for lunch." "Harry Potter," he replied, surprised by how natural it felt to introduce himself without the usual fear of consequences. He had never been in a situation where another child seemed genuinely interested in conversation rather than entertainment at his expense. Hermione nodded, as though his name was worth filing away for future reference. "Have you run away from home, Harry Potter?" she asked, with the same matter-of-fact tone she might use to inquire about the weather. The directness of the question caught him off guard. Most adults danced around uncomfortable topics with euphemisms and implications, but this strange girl seemed to prefer approaching problems with scientific precision. "Yes," he said, and was startled by how good it felt to tell the truth to someone who did not immediately follow up with lectures about ingratitude or threats of punishment. "Because of the belt marks," Hermione said. It was not a question. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice to remain steady if he attempted to explain the full scope of what his life had been like before last night. Something in his expression must have communicated the depth of his experience, because Hermione's face softened with what might have been sympathy or anger or both. "That is not acceptable," she said firmly. "Adults who harm children are violating both legal statutes and basic ethical principles. You are correct to remove yourself from that environment, though I suspect your long-term planning could use some improvement." Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling for the first time in weeks. There was something deeply reassuring about Hermione's combination of clinical assessment and practical concern. She seemed to view his situation as a problem that could be analyzed and solved, rather than a shameful secret that needed to be hidden. "I did not really have a plan," he admitted. "I just wanted to get away from them." "Understandable," Hermione replied. "Immediate safety takes precedence over strategic thinking. However, now that you have achieved temporary sanctuary, we should consider your options going forward." She opened her book, which Harry could now see was titled Advanced Principles of Child Development and Psychology, and flipped through several chapters with the ease of someone who had read the material multiple times. "Here," she said, pointing to a particular passage. "This section discusses the legal obligations of adults toward children in their care and the resources available to young people who find themselves in situations of abuse or neglect." Harry moved closer to see what she was indicating, surprised by her casual assumption that he could read material that looked far too advanced for someone their age. But as she began to explain the concepts outlined in the text, he discovered that he could indeed follow her reasoning, and that many of the ideas she presented made perfect sense when viewed through the lens of his own experience. They spent the next hour discussing legal precedents, social service protocols, and the various options available to children who needed to escape dangerous situations. Hermione's knowledge seemed encyclopedic, drawn from dozens of books her parents had provided, and conversations with adults who treated her opinions as worthy of consideration. She explained complex concepts without condescension, assuming that Harry was intelligent enough to understand sophisticated ideas if they were presented clearly. In return, Harry found himself sharing details about his life that he had never told anyone. The cupboard under the stairs, the casual cruelty of relatives who seemed to view his existence as an ongoing inconvenience, the way his accidental magic seemed to manifest whenever his emotions became too intense to control. That last revelation made Hermione sit up straighter, her eyes brightening with the unmistakable spark of someone who had just discovered a fascinating new area of study. "You can make impossible things happen," she said. "Objects move when you want them to. Doors open when you need them to. Changes occur that have no logical explanation based on conventional understanding of physical laws." Harry nodded warily, expecting her to declare him a freak and demand that he leave her family's property immediately. But Hermione's reaction was entirely different from what he had anticipated. "I have been experiencing similar phenomena," she said quietly. "Books appear in my hands without my consciously retrieving them. Test answers come to me without studying the relevant material. Sometimes, when I am reading and become very absorbed in the content, the pages turn themselves. My parents believe I am simply very coordinated and academically gifted, but I have begun to suspect there is more to it than that." She reached into her dress pocket and withdrew a small notebook filled with her neat handwriting. "I have been documenting incidents for the past 6 months," she continued, flipping through pages covered with dates, times, and detailed descriptions of events. "The pattern is quite clear once you begin looking for it systematically. These occurrences are most frequent when I am experiencing strong emotions, particularly when I want something very much, or when I am frustrated by circumstances beyond my control." Harry stared at the notebook with amazement. The idea that someone else had been experiencing similar phenomena was revolutionary enough, but the fact that Hermione had approached the mystery with scientific rigor made him feel less alone than he had in his entire life. "Do you think we are sick?" he asked, voicing the fear that had haunted him since the first incident he could remember. Hermione considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. "I think we are different," she said finally. "But different does not necessarily mean defective. These abilities appear to respond to our emotional states and conscious intentions, which suggests they are expressions of some kind of enhanced human potential, rather than symptoms of illness or disorder." She showed him several entries from her notebook, each documenting incidents that sounded remarkably similar to his own experiences. A vase of flowers that had restored itself after she knocked it over while trying to reach a high shelf. Light bulbs that grew brighter when she was reading and dimmed automatically when she finished. A locked drawer in her father's study that had opened when she desperately wanted to access a medical textbook that might help her understand why she sometimes dreamed about people being hurt and woke up knowing exactly how to help them. The most significant incident, she explained, had occurred just 3 weeks ago, during a particularly challenging examination at school. She had studied diligently for the mathematics test, but when she sat down to take it, her mind had gone completely blank. The panic of potential failure had been overwhelming, and she had closed her eyes and wished desperately that she could demonstrate her knowledge despite the temporary mental block. "When I opened my eyes," she continued, "every answer on the examination paper was filled in with my handwriting, but I had no memory of writing any of it. The responses were all correct, but they included mathematical concepts I had never studied and problem-solving techniques that should have been beyond my current level of education." Harry listened with growing excitement as Hermione described incident after incident that paralleled his own experiences. The sense of isolation that had defined his entire life began to dissolve as he realized that he was not the only person in the world who could make impossible things happen when the need was great enough. They spent the morning comparing notes and conducting careful experiments to see if they could trigger their abilities intentionally. Hermione approached the process with the methodical precision of a trained researcher, documenting each attempt and analyzing the results for patterns and correlations. Harry contributed his own observations, describing the way the strange incidents seemed to originate from somewhere deep in his chest and spread outward through his entire body like warm electricity. Together they discovered that they could indeed produce small manifestations of their abilities when they focused intently on specific outcomes. Hermione could make flower petals change color by concentrating on the desired shade and holding the image firmly in her mind. Harry could cause seeds to sprout and grow with remarkable speed when he pictured them as fully developed plants reaching toward sunlight. The success of these experiments created a sense of wonder and possibility that neither child had ever experienced. For Harry, it meant that the power he had always feared and tried to suppress might actually be something valuable and controllable. For Hermione, it represented a fascinating area of study that expanded her understanding of what was possible in the world. As the morning progressed, they also made another important discovery. When they worked together, focusing their intentions on the same goal simultaneously, the effects were significantly more pronounced than when either of them attempted the same task alone. A wilted rose bush in the corner of the garden burst into full bloom when both children concentrated on restoring it to health. A broken garden tool repaired itself completely when they both visualized it as whole and functional. The implications of this discovery were not lost on either of them. Whatever force they were able to access, it seemed to be amplified by cooperation and shared purpose. The loneliness that had characterized both their lives began to transform into something that felt very much like partnership. "You are the first person who has ever understood," Harry said, as they took a break from their experiments to share an apple Hermione had retrieved from her kitchen. "I always thought there was something wrong with me, because these things kept happening and I could not control them or explain them." "You are not wrong," Hermione replied with characteristic firmness. "You are simply operating with incomplete information. Now that we know these abilities are not unique to either of us individually, we can begin to study them properly and learn to develop them in a systematic way." She had already begun making plans, her scientific mind organizing the challenge into manageable components that could be addressed through careful research and practice. They would need to establish a regular testing schedule to map the boundaries and limitations of their abilities. They would need to develop techniques for achieving the focused mental state that seemed to be required for intentional manifestation. Most importantly, they would need to find sources of information about others who might have experienced similar phenomena. "Do you think there are books about this?" Harry asked, gesturing toward the restored rose bush that continued to bloom with impossible vibrancy. "There are books about everything," Hermione replied with absolute conviction. "The question is where to find the ones that contain accurate information about our particular situation. I suspect we may need to look beyond conventional libraries and bookstores." The conversation was interrupted by the sound of a car pulling into the driveway. Hermione immediately tensed, and Harry prepared to flee back to his hiding place among the garden tools. But before either of them could move, Hermione made a decision that would change the trajectory of both their lives. "Stay here," she said firmly. "I am going to tell my parents that I have made a friend who needs help." "They are good people, Harry. They will not send you back to someone who hurts you if I explain the situation properly." Harry wanted to protest, to insist that adults could not be trusted with information about children who ran away from their assigned families. But something in Hermione's confident tone suggested that her parents might be different from the adults he had known. The careful way she spoke about them, the obvious affection in her voice when she mentioned their encouragement of her intellectual pursuits, the very fact that she had grown up feeling valued and supported, all indicated that not all grown-ups were like the Dursleys. "I will be back shortly," she promised, gathering her notebook and the medical text she had been consulting. "Do not leave unless you are in immediate danger. You are safer here than you would be anywhere else right now." She slipped out of the shed and made her way toward the house, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the evidence of their morning's experiments. The transformed garden around him seemed to pulse with possibility, each restored flower and healthy plant a testament to what they might be able to accomplish if given the chance to develop their abilities without fear or persecution. For the first time since he could remember, Harry felt something that might have been hope. Not the desperate fantasy of escape that had sustained him through years of abuse, but genuine optimism based on evidence that the world contained people who were willing to help and protect rather than hurt and diminish. Hermione had listened to his story without judgment, accepted his strange abilities as worthy of study rather than condemnation, and offered her friendship with the kind of matter-of-fact generosity that suggested she considered him fundamentally worthy of good things. If her parents were even half as remarkable as their daughter, then perhaps his long nightmare was finally beginning to end. Perhaps running away had not been a desperate mistake, but the first step toward finding the kind of life he had only dared to dream about in the darkest hours of his confinement under the stairs. The garden seemed to shimmer around him as he waited for Hermione's return, every leaf and petal catching the light with unusual brilliance. Whether this was another manifestation of their combined abilities, or simply the natural beauty of a space tended by people who understood the value of growth and cultivation, Harry could not be sure. But for the first time in 8 years, he felt as though he might actually belong somewhere. And that feeling, fragile as it was, seemed like the most powerful magic of all. The sound of adult voices drifted across the garden as Hermione approached the house, her confident stride betraying none of the nervousness that Harry could detect in the slight tension of her shoulders. Through the kitchen window, he could see 2 figures moving about with the efficient choreography of people who had shared domestic routines for many years. Dr. and Dr. Granger had returned from their morning appointments, and the moment of truth had arrived. Harry pressed himself against the shed wall, trying to remain invisible while still maintaining a clear view of the house. His heart hammered against his ribs with the familiar rhythm of panic, but underneath the fear was something else entirely. For the first time in his life, someone was about to advocate for him. Someone was going to speak on his behalf to adults who might actually listen. The novelty of the situation was almost as overwhelming as the terror. Hermione entered through the back door with the casual ease of a child who had never needed to calculate the safest approach to her own home. Harry watched as she engaged both her parents in conversation, her animated gestures suggesting that she was building her case with the same methodical precision she had applied to their magical experiments. Even from a distance, he could see the exact moment when her explanation shifted from pleasantries to something more serious. Dr. Granger, a woman with graying brown hair and intelligent eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles, immediately moved to the kitchen window and peered toward the garden shed. Her expression was concerned rather than angry, and when she turned back to Hermione, Harry could see her lips forming careful questions. Dr. Granger, a tall man with the same wild hair as his daughter and gentle hands that spoke of years spent in precise medical work, had stopped his unpacking of dental equipment to focus entirely on what Hermione was telling them. The conversation continued for several minutes, with both parents asking questions that Hermione answered with increasing urgency. Harry could not hear the specific words being exchanged, but the emotional tenor of the discussion was clear. Hermione was fighting for him, using every argument in her considerable arsenal to convince 2 adults that a strange boy in their garden shed deserved protection rather than immediate return to whatever authority figure might claim him. When Dr. Granger finally headed toward the back door, Harry's instincts screamed at him to run. Every lesson learned through 8 years of surviving the Dursleys insisted that adult attention meant pain, punishment, and the inevitable restoration of whatever unpleasant status quo had been temporarily disrupted. But Hermione had asked him to stay unless he was in immediate danger, and something about the way her mother moved suggested concern rather than hostility. Dr. Granger approached the shed with the careful deliberation of someone who understood that frightened creatures required gentle handling. She knocked softly on the doorframe before entering, a courtesy that Harry had never experienced from any adult in his memory. When she saw him huddled among the garden tools, her sharp intake of breath suggested that Hermione's description had not fully prepared her for the reality of his condition. "Hello, Harry," she said, her voice carrying the same crisp pronunciation as her daughter, but warmed with something that might have been maternal instinct. "I am Dr. Granger, Hermione's mother. She tells me you have been having some difficulties with your family." Harry nodded, not trusting his voice to produce anything coherent. Dr. Granger's clinical assessment was every bit as thorough as her daughter's had been, but where Hermione had focused on intellectual analysis, her mother's examination carried the weight of professional medical training. She noted the evidence of malnutrition, the defensive way he held himself, the careful positioning that suggested ongoing pain from injuries she could not directly observe. "Would you be willing to let me take a look at those injuries?" she asked. "I promise I will not hurt you, and I will not do anything without explaining it first. Hermione mentioned that you might have some wounds that need proper cleaning and care." The gentleness in her voice was so foreign to Harry's experience that he found himself nodding before his conscious mind could raise objections. Dr. Granger moved slowly and spoke continuously, narrating each step of her examination as though he were a colleague rather than a patient. Her hands were gentle but competent as she assessed the extent of the damage Uncle Vernon's belt had inflicted. "These injuries are consistent with deliberate abuse," she said finally, her professional objectivity unable to completely mask her anger. "No child should ever be subjected to this kind of treatment, regardless of the circumstances that might be used to justify it." She reached into the medical bag she had retrieved from the house and began cleaning the wounds with efficient care. Harry tensed at first, expecting pain, but Dr. Granger's touch was so different from anything he had known that he gradually began to relax. She worked with the same methodical precision that Hermione brought to her scientific investigations, explaining each medication and technique as she applied them. "I am going to bandage these properly," she continued, unrolling gauze with practiced expertise. "The healing process will be much faster if we can keep the wounds clean and protected. When did you last have a proper meal?" Harry tried to remember, but realized that his concept of proper meals might be very different from what Dr. Granger considered adequate nutrition. "2 days ago," he said finally. "Maybe 3. I had some bread and water yesterday morning before I left." Dr. Granger's lips pressed into a thin line that reminded Harry strongly of Hermione's expression when she encountered information that contradicted her understanding of how the world should operate. "That is completely unacceptable," she said firmly. "Hermione mentioned that you have been living in inadequate conditions, but systematic starvation constitutes serious criminal behavior on the part of your guardians." She finished her medical ministrations and sat back on her heels, studying Harry with the same analytical intensity he had come to associate with the Granger family approach to problem solving. "I need to ask you some direct questions," she said. "I want you to understand that nothing you tell me will result in punishment or judgment from me or my husband. We are concerned about your welfare, not about protecting adults who have failed in their responsibilities toward you." Harry found himself answering questions he had never been asked before, providing details about his living conditions and treatment that no one had ever seemed interested in hearing. Dr. Granger listened without interruption, occasionally making notes in a small pad she had retrieved from her medical bag. Her questions were specific and clinical, designed to build a comprehensive picture of the systematic neglect and abuse that had defined his entire existence. When she learned about the cupboard under the stairs, her professional composure finally cracked. "What you are describing," she said, her voice tight with controlled fury, "constitutes child endangerment, criminal neglect, and physical abuse. The people responsible for this treatment should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law." She stood up and paced the small confines of the shed, her medical training warring with her maternal instincts in a way that made Harry feel simultaneously protected and guilty for causing such distress. After several moments, she stopped and looked directly at him with the same focused intensity that Hermione brought to her most important decisions. "Harry," she said, "I want you to know that you are not going back to those people. I do not care what legal arrangements might have been made or what authorities might claim jurisdiction over your situation. No child deserves what you have endured, and I will not be party to continuing that abuse." The relief that flooded through Harry at those words was so intense that he felt dizzy. For 8 years, he had believed that his situation was permanent, that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had some unassailable right to treat him however they chose. The idea that an adult might challenge that authority, might actually refuse to return him to his tormentors, was revolutionary. Dr. Granger must have seen some of what he was feeling reflected in his expression, because her own face softened with something that looked very much like the protective determination he had observed in mothers defending their children in shops and parks. "You are going to stay with us," she continued, "while we sort out the legal aspects of your situation. Hermione has told me about your friendship, and it is clear that you bring out the best in each other." She gathered her medical supplies and headed toward the door, pausing to look back at Harry with a smile that contained both warmth and steel. "Come inside when you are ready," she said. "Richard is making lunch, and I suspect you could use several proper meals to begin addressing the malnutrition. Hermione is waiting to continue whatever fascinating conversation you two were having about your shared interests." Harry followed Dr. Granger toward the house, his mind reeling from the rapid transformation of his circumstances. Less than 24 hours ago, he had been locked in a cupboard, resigned to a lifetime of abuse and neglect. Now he was walking toward a kitchen where people who had known him for less than a day were preparing to feed him, protect him, and advocate for his welfare, simply because it was the right thing to do. The kitchen of the Granger house was everything Harry had ever imagined a proper family kitchen should be. Sunlight streamed through large windows, illuminating surfaces that were clean but lived in, organized but not obsessively pristine. Books were scattered across one end of the table, medical journals mixed with children's literature in a way that suggested intellectual curiosity was a family trait. The refrigerator was covered with photographs, shopping lists, and what appeared to be articles clipped from newspapers and magazines about topics that had caught someone's interest. Dr. Richard Granger stood at the stove, stirring something in a large pot that filled the air with savory aromas that made Harry's empty stomach contract with anticipation. He was a tall man, with kind eyes and the same wild hair that seemed to be a genetic constant in the Granger family. When he turned to greet Harry, his smile was warm and uncomplicated, carrying none of the calculation or hostility that Harry had learned to expect from adult male attention. "You must be Harry," he said, extending a hand for shaking rather than reaching out to grab or control. "Hermione has been telling me about your morning adventures in the garden. She seems quite impressed with your analytical abilities and your approach to problem-solving." Harry shook the offered hand tentatively, amazed by the gentleness of Dr. Granger's grip and the complete absence of threat in his demeanor. "Thank you for letting me stay," he said, the words feeling inadequate for the magnitude of what was being offered. "Nonsense," Dr. Granger replied with characteristic directness. "We are not letting you do anything. We are insisting that you remain where you are safe and properly cared for, which is what any reasonable adult would do when confronted with a child in your circumstances." He ladled soup into a bowl and placed it in front of Harry with the same matter-of-fact efficiency that had characterized Dr. Granger's medical examination. The soup was rich and thick, filled with vegetables and tender pieces of meat that tasted like nothing Harry had ever experienced. He ate slowly at first, partly from unfamiliarity with having enough food, and partly from disbelief that no one was going to snatch the bowl away or demand payment for the kindness. Hermione appeared at his elbow as he ate, her notebook once again clutched against her chest, and her eyes bright with the excitement of someone who had successfully completed a challenging negotiation. "I told them about our experiments this morning," she said, settling into the chair beside him. "They want to hear about the phenomena we have been documenting." Harry nearly choked on his soup, panic flaring at the thought of adults learning about his freakish abilities. But Hermione continued speaking with her characteristic, calm confidence, and gradually he began to understand that her parents' reaction had been very different from what he would have expected. "My parents are scientists," she explained. "They approach unusual phenomena with curiosity rather than fear or superstition. When I described what we had observed and demonstrated, they immediately began formulating hypotheses about possible explanations." Dr. Granger settled into a chair across from them, her own cup of tea steaming gently as she regarded both children with professional interest. "What Hermione has described suggests that you both have access to some form of enhanced human capability," she said. "While I cannot offer explanations based on conventional medical knowledge, I can tell you that the systematic documentation you have begun is exactly the right approach to understanding any unusual phenomenon." Dr. Granger joined them at the table, bringing his own lunch and an expression of scholarly fascination that reminded Harry strongly of Hermione's approach to intellectual challenges. "Have you considered the possibility," he asked, "that what you are experiencing might be relatively common, but generally unrecognized or misunderstood?" Harry stared at him in confusion, but Hermione immediately leaned forward with the intensity of someone who had found a new avenue for investigation. "You mean there might be others," she said. "Other people who can influence physical reality through focused intention and emotional intensity." "Exactly," Dr. Granger replied. "Throughout history, there have been accounts of individuals who seemed capable of accomplishing things that conventional understanding could not explain. Most of these reports have been dismissed as folklore or fraud, but what if some of them were accurate descriptions of natural human abilities that we simply do not yet understand?" The conversation that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Two adults were not only listening to him talk about his strange abilities, they were actively encouraging him to share more details and offering their own theories about possible mechanisms and implications. Dr. Granger approached the topic from a medical perspective, wondering whether there might be neurological differences that could account for enhanced mental influence over physical systems. Dr. Granger considered the psychological aspects, speculating about the role of emotional states and focused concentration in triggering unusual effects. Hermione contributed her own observations and questions, treating the discussion as a collaborative research project, rather than an interrogation or judgment session. She showed her parents her notebook, walking them through her documented incidents and the patterns she had identified. When Harry hesitantly described some of his own experiences, particularly the way doors had opened during his escape from Privet Drive, both doctors listened with the serious attention they would give to any other scientific data. The most remarkable discovery came when Dr. Granger suggested they attempt to reproduce some of the morning's experiments under more controlled conditions. With both parents observing and Hermione taking detailed notes, Harry found himself demonstrating abilities he had spent years trying to suppress. A wilted houseplant restored itself to full health when he concentrated on visualizing it as thriving and green. A broken clock began keeping perfect time after he focused on imagining all its mechanisms working in harmony. When Hermione joined him in attempting to repair a small tear in one of her father's medical texts, the damaged pages not only mended themselves, but seemed to become stronger than they had been originally. The combined effect of their focused intentions was clearly more powerful than what either could accomplish alone, and all four members of their impromptu research team began to understand that they were witnessing something genuinely unprecedented. Dr. Granger documented everything with the same methodical precision she brought to her dental practice, noting environmental conditions, emotional states, and specific techniques that seemed to produce the most consistent results. Dr. Granger focused on the psychological aspects, asking questions about what thoughts and feelings accompanied successful demonstrations and whether certain mental approaches seemed more effective than others. By the middle of the afternoon, they had established several important conclusions. Harry and Hermione both possessed some form of enhanced capability that allowed them to influence physical reality through mental focus and emotional intensity. Their abilities seemed to be amplified when they worked together, suggesting some form of resonance or mutual enhancement. The effects were most pronounced when they were trying to heal, restore, or improve rather than damage or destroy, implying that their unusual gifts might be fundamentally constructive in nature. Most importantly, both doctors agreed that these abilities represented something valuable and worthy of development rather than something shameful that needed to be hidden or suppressed. They began making plans for more systematic investigation, discussing ways to document and understand the phenomena without exposing the children to unwanted attention or potential exploitation. As the afternoon progressed, practical considerations began to intrude on their fascinating research session. Dr. Granger made several phone calls, speaking to colleagues and authorities about the legal procedures involved in reporting child abuse and securing temporary custody arrangements. Dr. Granger consulted reference materials about educational options for gifted children who might need more flexible schooling arrangements than traditional institutions could provide. Harry listened to these adult conversations with amazement, gradually understanding that the Grangers were not simply offering temporary refuge, but were actively working to create a permanent solution to his situation. They spoke about legal guardianship, educational planning, and long-term welfare arrangements with the same systematic thoroughness they had brought to investigating his unusual abilities. When evening arrived and the time came to consider sleeping arrangements, Harry expected to be directed back to the garden shed or perhaps to some other temporary accommodation that would not inconvenience the family too much. Instead, Dr. Granger showed him to a small guest room that had been hastily but thoughtfully prepared with clean sheets, adequate lighting for reading, and a small desk where he could continue his educational development. "This will be your room," she said simply, as though the decision to permanently integrate a strange child into their family structure was merely a matter of practical logistics. "Tomorrow we will go shopping for clothes that actually fit you, and books that match your intellectual level. Hermione has convinced us that your academic potential has been severely underestimated, and we intend to remedy that situation as quickly as possible." Harry stood in the doorway of his own room, overwhelmed by the simple fact of privacy and space and furniture that was intended for his use alone. The bed was larger than his cupboard had been, with pillows that looked soft and blankets that promised warmth without the musty smell of neglect. A window provided a view of the garden where he had first met Hermione, now illuminated by the golden light of sunset and looking like something from a fairy tale. Hermione appeared beside him, still clutching her notebook, but now accompanied by an armload of books she had selected from her own collection. "I thought you might like to read some of these," she said. "This one is about scientific method and experimental design. This one discusses historical accounts of unusual human abilities. And this one is just a very good story about children who discover they have special powers and use them to help people." Harry accepted the books with hands that trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the overwhelming realization that someone had given him gifts without expecting anything in return. No one had ever offered him books before, certainly not books chosen specifically because someone thought he would find them interesting and valuable. "Thank you," he said, knowing the words were inadequate, but hoping she could hear everything he could not yet articulate about gratitude and friendship, and the way she had changed his entire understanding of what life could be like. Hermione smiled with the satisfaction of someone who had successfully completed a challenging project. "Tomorrow we will continue our research," she said. "I have been thinking about additional experiments we could try, and my parents have agreed to help us set up a more systematic investigation of our abilities." She headed toward the door but paused to look back at him one more time. "Harry," she said, her voice carrying the same matter-of-fact certainty that had characterized all their interactions, "you do not have to be afraid anymore." My parents are very good at protecting people they care about, and they have decided that you are part of our family now." After she left, Harry sat on his bed and opened the first of her books, reading by the light of his own bedside lamp in his own room, where no one would interrupt him or demand that he stop learning. The house settled around him with the comfortable sounds of people going about their evening routines, voices that carried affection rather than anger, footsteps that suggested purposeful activity rather than restless agitation. For the first time in 8 years, Harry Potter went to sleep in a real bed, surrounded by books, protected by people who had seen the worst of his circumstances and chosen to offer him the best of theirs. The magical abilities that had once terrified him now seemed like just one more fascinating aspect of a life that had suddenly become filled with possibility and hope. Outside his window, the garden bloomed with unusual vibrancy, as though the very earth was responding to the presence of children whose combined gifts had the power to heal and restore and transform. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries, new challenges, and new opportunities to grow into whatever they might become when given the chance to flourish together. But tonight it was enough to be safe, to be wanted, and to be home. The morning air carried an unusual tension that Harry could not identify but felt in every fibre of his being. He had awakened in his new room to sunlight streaming through clean windows and the distant sounds of the Granger family beginning their daily routines. But something in the atmosphere seemed charged with anticipation, as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for significant events to unfold. 3 streets away, on Privet Drive, a very different morning was taking place. Vernon Dursley had discovered Harry's absence sometime around midnight, when a peculiar sound had drawn him downstairs to investigate. The front door standing wide open, the cupboard under the stairs similarly ajar, and no sign whatsoever of the nephew he had locked away, after administering what he considered a well-deserved punishment for the day's embarrassing incidents at school. The scene that greeted Vernon suggested something far more disturbing than a simple runaway situation. Every door and window in the house had somehow opened simultaneously, creating cross-currents of night air that had scattered papers and knocked over small objects throughout the ground floor. The locks had not been broken or picked, but simply disengaged, as though some force had reached through solid wood and metal to manipulate mechanisms that should have been impossible to effect from the outside. Petunia had emerged from the master bedroom in her dressing gown, her thin face pale with the kind of fear that came from witnessing phenomena that had no rational explanation. She stood in the hallway examining the evidence of whatever had occurred, her lips pressed into the familiar disapproving line, but her eyes wide with something that looked very much like terror. "It is just like when Lily was young," she whispered, her voice carrying memories that she had spent decades trying to suppress. The strange incidents that happened when she was upset or angry, things opening and closing by themselves, objects moving without anyone touching them. I thought we had gotten rid of all that nonsense when the boy came to live with us. Vernon's face had gone through several interesting color changes as the implications of Petunia's words began to penetrate his understanding. The boy had always been peculiar, prone to accidents that could not be properly explained and incidents that suggested abilities no normal child should possess. But until now, those manifestations had been relatively minor, easily dismissed or attributed to coincidence and overactive imagination. This was different. This suggested power and intentionality that Vernon found deeply threatening to his understanding of how the world should operate. If the freak could open locks and doors from the inside of a secured cupboard, what other impossible things might he be capable of accomplishing? What other disruptions to normal, decent life might he unleash if he was not properly controlled and contained? By dawn, Vernon had made the decision to contact the authorities about Harry's disappearance, but not out of any concern for the boy's welfare. The official story would be that an unstable and ungrateful child had run away from the loving home of relatives who had sacrificed greatly to care for him despite his obvious behavioral problems. The underlying truth, which Vernon would never admit to anyone outside the family, was that he was genuinely frightened of what Harry might do if he was not returned to proper supervision and control. The morning brought a series of phone calls that established the formal machinery of search and investigation. Police officers arrived to take statements and examine the house for clues about Harry's departure. Social workers appeared to assess the family situation and determine whether adequate care had been provided. School officials came to discuss Harry's academic performance and recent behavioral incidents. Through it all, Vernon and Petunia maintained their carefully constructed narrative about a difficult child who had never properly appreciated the sacrifices made on his behalf. They described Harry as prone to lying and attention-seeking behavior, someone who had always required firm discipline to prevent him from developing completely antisocial tendencies. The evidence of his academic struggles and social isolation at school seemed to support their characterization of a troubled boy who had finally acted out in the most dramatic way possible. What they did not mention was the locked cupboard, the systematic food restriction, the casual cruelty that had defined Harry's daily existence for 8 years. They certainly did not discuss the strange incidents that seemed to follow in his wake, or their growing conviction that he was fundamentally different from normal children in ways that made him dangerous to have around decent families. Dudley, when questioned by the authorities, provided testimony that was both revealing and carefully edited. He confirmed that Harry had always been weird and unpopular, prone to making other children uncomfortable with his odd behavior and inappropriate responses to normal social situations. He described incidents at school where Harry had seemed to cause problems without actually doing anything that could be specifically identified as misconduct. But when pressed for details about Harry's treatment at home, Dudley became vague and evasive in ways that suggested he understood more about the family dynamics than he was willing to admit. He spoke about Harry getting in trouble a lot and needing to learn proper behavior, but he carefully avoided mentioning the cupboard or the systematic neglect that had been so much a part of their household routine that he had never questioned it. The investigators found Dudley's testimony interesting, but ultimately unhelpful in determining what might have motivated Harry's departure or where he might have gone. Children in difficult family situations often developed elaborate justifications for adult behavior they did not fully understand, and Dudley's obvious discomfort with certain questions suggested that there were aspects of the situation he had been coached to avoid discussing. Meanwhile, in a house much more modest than number 4 Privet Drive, but infinitely more comfortable, an elderly woman named Arabella Figg was having a very different conversation with a very different sort of authority figure. Mrs. Figg had lived on Wisteria Walk for many years, officially working as a part-time babysitter and cat enthusiast, but actually serving as one of many eyes and ears employed by people who had much more complex interests in Harry Potter's welfare than the Dursleys could possibly imagine. The tall man standing in her sitting room wore robes that seemed to belong to an earlier century, and a pointed hat that suggested eccentricity or elaborate costume. His long beard was silver-white, and his eyes held depths of knowledge and concern that spoke of responsibilities far beyond anything the Muggle authorities could comprehend. Albus Dumbledore had received word of Harry's disappearance through channels that operated entirely outside conventional communication systems, and his response had been both immediate and fraught with implications that Mrs. Figg was only beginning to understand. "The boy has been gone for nearly 18 hours, she reported, her hands shaking slightly as she poured tea that neither of them seemed interested in drinking. "My cats have been searching the neighborhood since dawn, but there is no trace of him anywhere within a reasonable walking distance of Privet Drive. Whatever happened, he did not simply wander away in confusion or panic." Dumbledore's expression was grim as he considered the various possibilities that Harry's disappearance might represent. The blood protection that had kept him safe for 8 years depended on his residence with Petunia and Vernon, however reluctant and minimal that protection might have been. Without that magical safeguard, Harry was vulnerable to enemies who had been waiting years for exactly this kind of opportunity. Moreover, the manner of his departure suggested that his magical abilities were developing faster and more powerfully than anyone had anticipated. A child capable of opening multiple locks simultaneously through pure force of will was a child whose education and guidance could not be delayed much longer without risking serious consequences for everyone around him. "Have you detected any unusual magical activity in the area?" Dumbledore asked, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to receiving complete and accurate information from his subordinates. Mrs. Figg nodded reluctantly. "There have been several incidents over the past 24 hours that suggest significant magical manifestation by an untrained child," she replied. "Lights flickering in patterns that correspond to emotional distress. Plants in several gardens showing signs of accelerated growth or unusual vitality. And late last night, there was a surge of protective magic somewhere in the direction of Magnolia Crescent that felt very much like Harry's signature, but far stronger than anything we have previously detected from him." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose at this information. Protective magic was not something typically associated with accidental manifestation by untrained children. It suggested conscious intention and emotional investment in defending something or someone Harry considered valuable. The implications of this development were both encouraging and deeply concerning. If Harry had found someone worth protecting, it meant that his capacity for love and loyalty remained intact despite years of neglect and abuse. But it also meant that he was now emotionally invested in people or situations that might complicate any attempt to return him to the safety of his blood relative's protection. "We must find him quickly," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying an urgency that Mrs. Figg had rarely heard from the usually composed headmaster. "There are forces at work that will not hesitate to target him if they discover his location, and without the protection of his aunt's blood, he is more vulnerable than he has ever been." The search that began that morning was unlike anything the quiet suburb of Little Whinging had ever experienced. On the surface, it appeared to be a routine investigation into the disappearance of a troubled child, conducted by police officers and social workers using conventional methods of inquiry and analysis. But underneath that official activity was a much more sophisticated operation, employing resources and techniques that the Muggle authorities could never have imagined. Members of the Order of the Phoenix began discreet surveillance of the entire neighborhood, using both magical and conventional methods to track Harry's movements and determine his current location. Mundungus Fletcher, despite his general unreliability in most matters, proved surprisingly effective at gathering information from sources that more respectable investigators would never have thought to consult. Remus Lupin arrived by apparition shortly after noon, his appearance carefully adjusted to suggest a social worker or family advocate rather than someone with more exotic professional qualifications. His enhanced senses allowed him to detect traces of Harry's presence that had been invisible to conventional search methods, and within an hour he had identified the general area where the boy had taken refuge. The trail led away from Privet Drive in a pattern that suggested purposeful movement rather than random wandering. Harry had not simply fled in panic, but had made conscious decisions about direction and destination. More importantly, the magical traces Lupin detected indicated that Harry's abilities had been active throughout his journey, providing him with guidance and protection that had kept him safe during his vulnerable flight from his relative's house. By late afternoon, the magical investigators had narrowed Harry's location to somewhere within a 3-block radius of Magnolia Crescent. The challenge now was to approach him without causing additional panic or trauma, and to assess whatever situation he had found himself in before making decisions about his immediate future. Dumbledore insisted on conducting the final phase of the search personally, despite the risks involved in revealing his presence to whatever Muggle family might have provided Harry with shelter. The stakes were simply too high to delegate this responsibility to subordinates, however capable and well-intentioned they might be. What he discovered when he finally located Harry exceeded his most optimistic projections for how the situation might have developed. The boy was not hiding alone in some abandoned building or surviving as a homeless child on the streets. Instead, he had somehow found his way to a family that not only provided adequate care and protection, but seemed genuinely committed to his welfare and development. Through careful observation and discreet magical monitoring, Dumbledore was able to assess the quality of care Harry was receiving and the nature of his relationship with his new protectors. The Granger family appeared to be decent people who had responded to Harry's situation with compassion and intelligence, rather than the fear or rejection that might have been expected from Muggles confronted with an obviously troubled child. More significantly, their daughter seemed to have formed a genuine friendship with Harry that was based on mutual respect and shared interests, rather than pity or obligation. The two children were clearly intellectual peers, supporting and challenging each other in ways that suggested significant potential for continued development and growth. The most remarkable discovery, however, was the evidence of magical activity that surrounded both children. Hermione Granger was clearly a witch whose abilities were developing along a similar timeline to Harry's, and her parents' reaction to these manifestations suggested an unusually open-minded and scientific approach to phenomena that most Muggles would find terrifying or impossible to accept. Dumbledore spent several hours observing the family dynamics and assessing the magical signatures that emanated from the house. What he saw convinced him that Harry had found something that could not be replicated through any official intervention or institutional arrangement. The boy had found a family that accepted him completely, encouraged his development, and provided the kind of emotional foundation that Dumbledore had always hoped he might eventually discover. The question that remained was whether this situation could be allowed to continue without compromising Harry's safety, or the larger strategic considerations that governed the ongoing war against Voldemort. The blood protection that had shielded Harry for 8 years was already beginning to weaken with his departure from Privet Drive, and there was no magical safeguard that could replace it without significant risks and complications. But as Dumbledore watched Harry and Hermione working together in the garden, practicing magical techniques with the same systematic precision that a conventional tutor might use to teach mathematics or literature, he began to consider possibilities that had never previously occurred to him. Perhaps the protection Harry needed most was not the passive shield provided by ancient magic, but the active support and guidance that came from being surrounded by people who understood his value and were committed to helping him reach his full potential. The decision that Dumbledore faced was one of the most difficult of his long career. He could retrieve Harry immediately and return him to the familiar but limited protection of his blood relatives, ensuring his physical safety, but condemning him to continued emotional neglect and the suppression of his natural abilities. Or he could allow the current situation to develop, providing additional magical protection through other means, while permitting Harry to experience the kind of family life that might prepare him to face the challenges that lay ahead. As evening approached, and he prepared to make contact with the Granger family, Dumbledore found himself hoping that he would discover adults who could be trusted with information that went far beyond anything they could have imagined when they first decided to help a frightened child. The conversation that was about to take place would determine not only Harry's immediate future, but potentially the course of the entire conflict with the dark forces that continued to threaten both the magical and non-magical worlds. The magical monitoring that had been conducted throughout the day revealed one more crucial piece of information that influenced Dumbledore's final decision. Harry and Hermione were not simply two magical children who had happened to find each other by coincidence. Their combined abilities created resonances and amplifications that suggested something far more significant than ordinary friendship. When they worked together, their individual talents seemed to merge and strengthen in ways that magical theory suggested should not be possible without years of training and carefully matched magical signatures. The implications of this discovery were profound, suggesting that Harry had not simply found temporary shelter, but had discovered a magical partnership that could prove crucial to his development and preparation for the challenges he would inevitably face. Dumbledore approached the front door of the Granger house with a mixture of hope and trepidation, knowing that the conversation he was about to initiate would change the lives of everyone involved in ways that none of them could fully anticipate. Behind him, the peaceful suburban street continued its evening routine, unaware that decisions made in the next few hours might determine the fate of both magical and non-magical worlds. The doorbell chimed with ordinary mechanical precision, but the sound seemed to echo with possibilities that stretched far beyond the conventional boundaries of space and time. Whatever happened next, Harry Potter's childhood was about to take another dramatic turn, and this time the consequences would extend far beyond a single frightened boy seeking escape from impossible circumstances. Inside the house, 4 people were about to discover that their decision to help one troubled child had connected them to conflicts and responsibilities that spanned centuries of magical history and would require courage, wisdom, and determination that none of them had ever been called upon to demonstrate. But they were also about to learn that love, properly applied and supported by genuine understanding, could prove more powerful than any magic that had ever been wielded in the service of darkness or despair. The future that had seemed so bleak just days before was about to reveal possibilities that none of them had dared to imagine. Possibilities that began with the simple decision to protect a child who deserved better than the world had previously offered him. The morning that would change everything began with Harry Potter experiencing something he had never known in his 8 years of existence: the luxury of waking naturally without fear. Sunlight filtered through curtains that belonged to him, in a room that was his alone, surrounded by books that had been chosen specifically because someone believed he would find them interesting and valuable. The contrast with every previous morning of his life was so profound that for several minutes he simply lay still, marveling at the absence of tension in his body and mind. 3 days had passed since Dr. and Dr. Granger had made their decision to protect him, regardless of legal complications or social consequences. 3 days of proper meals, intellectual conversations, and the systematic exploration of magical abilities that had previously been sources of shame and terror. Harry had begun to believe that perhaps his nightmare was truly over, that he had found not just temporary refuge, but a permanent home, with people who valued him for who he was, rather than punishing him for what he couldn't control. The sound of voices downstairs suggested that the family was already engaged in their morning routines, but the tone was different from the usual, comfortable domestic exchanges Harry had grown accustomed to hearing. There was an undercurrent of tension, a careful quality to the conversation that made him think of adults discussing serious matters while trying not to alarm the children who might be listening. Harry dressed quickly in clothes that actually fit him properly, marveling once again at the simple pleasure of wearing garments that had been purchased specifically for his use rather than handed down from someone twice his size. The Grangers had taken him shopping the previous afternoon, an experience that had been both overwhelming and revelatory, as he discovered that there were adults willing to spend time and money ensuring his comfort and well-being without expecting anything in return. When he entered the kitchen, he found Hermione already seated at the table with her ubiquitous notebook, but instead of her usual focus on magical experimentation, she appeared to be documenting a very different sort of observation. Her parents stood near the window, speaking in the kind of low, urgent tones that suggested the discussion involved information they preferred to keep private. Dr. Granger noticed Harry's arrival first, and turned toward him with a smile that seemed slightly forced, carrying undertones of concern that had not been present in previous interactions. "Good morning, Harry," she said, her voice maintaining its customary warmth while conveying subtle warnings that he was still learning to interpret. "Did you sleep well?" Harry nodded, settling into his usual chair beside Hermione and accepting the plate of properly prepared breakfast that Dr. Granger placed in front of him with automatic efficiency. The food was excellent, as always, but the atmosphere in the kitchen had changed in ways that made his stomach tighten with familiar anxiety, despite the comfortable surroundings. Hermione leaned closer to him, her voice dropping to a whisper that would not carry to her parents. "There have been people watching the house since yesterday evening," she said, her clinical tone doing little to disguise her underlying worry. "My parents noticed them during dinner, and they have been taking shifts throughout the night to maintain surveillance." Harry's fork paused halfway to his mouth as the implications of this information began to register. Watching the house could mean any number of things, most of them involving authorities who might have located him and were preparing to return him to the Dursleys despite everything the Grangers had done to protect him. The brief illusion of safety began to crumble as familiar panic rose in his chest. "They are not ordinary police officers," Hermione continued, apparently reading the fear in his expression and attempting to provide reassurance through information. "These individuals are dressed strangely, and they seem to be using equipment that my parents do not recognize from any conventional law enforcement agency." "Doctor." Granger approached the table with coffee for himself and tea for the children, his movement careful and deliberate in ways that suggested he was thinking through each action before executing it. "Harry," he said, settling into his own chair with the kind of focused attention that preceded serious adult conversations, "we need to discuss some developments that may affect your situation here." The words Harry had been dreading since his arrival finally materialized, carrying all the weight of inevitability that he had tried so hard to avoid acknowledging. Adults who offered protection always eventually decided that the complications outweighed their good intentions. Families who seemed willing to accept strange children always eventually discovered that the strangeness was too much to accommodate within normal domestic structures. "You are not in trouble, Doctor," Granger continued quickly, apparently recognizing the direction of Harry's thoughts and moving to counteract them before panic could take hold. "Nothing you have done has created problems for this family, and our commitment to your welfare has not changed in any way. But," Dr. Granger added, her own voice carrying the kind of maternal protectiveness that Harry was still learning to trust, "it appears that your situation is more complicated than we initially understood. The people who have been monitoring our house are not conventional authorities, and their interest in you suggests connections to circumstances that we are not fully equipped to handle alone." Harry felt the familiar crushing weight of disappointment settling over him like a heavy blanket. Of course, his presence had created complications that normal families could not be expected to manage. Of course, the Grangers, despite their kindness and good intentions, would eventually conclude that protecting him was too difficult and potentially dangerous for their own daughter. "I can leave," he said quietly, the words emerging with the practiced resignation of someone who had learned not to fight the inevitable. "I understand that I have caused problems, and I do not want Hermione or your family to be hurt, because you tried to help me." Hermione's response was immediate and emphatic, delivered with the kind of fierce determination that brooked no argument or discussion. "You are not leaving," she declared, her voice carrying the same clinical precision she brought to scientific analysis, but warmed with something that sounded very much like protective fury. "We are a family now, and families do not abandon each other when situations become complicated." Dr. Granger nodded firmly, his expression reflecting the same stubborn commitment that his daughter had just articulated. "Harry, what we are trying to tell you is that there are people outside who appear to have information about your background that we do not possess," she said. "Rather than attempting to handle this situation alone, we think it would be wise to discover what they know and whether their intentions are compatible with our own." The conversation that followed revealed just how much the Grangers had been able to deduce about Harry's circumstances through careful observation and systematic analysis. They had noted the unusual nature of the incidents that surrounded both children, the systematic quality of the neglect he had endured, and the sophistication of his intellectual capabilities, despite his obvious educational disadvantages. More importantly, they had begun to develop theories about the larger context that might explain why a child with Harry's abilities and background would have been placed with relatives who were so obviously unsuited to provide adequate care or protection. The people watching the house represented the first concrete evidence that their suspicions about hidden complexities were correct. As they discussed various possibilities and strategies, Harry found himself amazed once again by the Grangers' approach to problem-solving. Where most adults might have panicked or immediately contacted conventional authorities, they had chosen to gather information, analyze the available evidence, and make decisions based on rational assessment rather than fear or social expectations. Hermione had spent the early morning hours documenting everything she had observed about their watchers, applying the same methodical precision to surveillance analysis that she brought to magical experimentation. Her notebook contained detailed descriptions of clothing, behavior patterns, and equipment that painted a picture of people who were clearly operating outside normal law enforcement protocols. The most significant observation was that the watchers seemed primarily concerned with monitoring rather than intervention. They had made no attempt to approach the house or contact the family directly, suggesting that they were gathering information rather than preparing immediate action. This implied that whatever authority they represented was still in the decision-making phase regarding Harry's situation. Dr. Granger had used his medical contacts to make discreet inquiries about unusual law enforcement activities in the area, but none of his sources had any knowledge of operations that might explain the presence of strangely dressed individuals conducting surveillance in their neighborhood. This suggested that the Watchers represented some form of authority that operated entirely outside conventional government structures. The breakthrough came when Hermione made a connection that had escaped the adults despite their sophisticated analysis. The clothing and equipment she had observed reminded her of historical illustrations in some of the more unusual books she had encountered during her voracious reading expeditions. Specifically, they resembled depictions of people from earlier centuries who had been associated with accounts of unexplained phenomena and unusual abilities. What if, she proposed with characteristic directness, the people watching us are connected to others who have abilities similar to ours? What if there is an entire community of individuals who can do impossible things, and they have been alerted to our activities by the magical incidents we have been producing? The theory was so outlandish that it should have been dismissed immediately by rational adults with scientific training. But the Grangers had already witnessed enough impossible things to understand that conventional explanations might not be adequate to address their current circumstances. If their children could restore dead plants and repair broken objects through focused intention, then perhaps there were other people with similar capabilities who might have reasons to be interested in their activities. The discussion was interrupted by the sound of the doorbell, ringing with a resonance that seemed somehow different from the mechanical chime they had grown accustomed to hearing. All four members of the family froze, exchanging glances that communicated both apprehension and determination. Whatever was about to happen, they would face it together, as a unified unit, rather than allowing external forces to divide them. Dr. Granger rose to answer the door while the rest of the family remained in the kitchen, listening intently to the conversation that began in the front hallway. The voice that greeted Dr. Granger was unfamiliar, but carried an unusual quality of authority and gravitas that suggested the speaker was accustomed to being listened to when he chose to communicate. "Good morning," the stranger said, his tone polite but somehow commanding. "I am Albus Dumbledore, and I believe we need to discuss the welfare of young Harry Potter." Harry's blood seemed to freeze in his veins at the mention of his name by someone he had never met. The carefully constructed security he had begun to feel with the Granger family suddenly seemed as fragile as morning mist, liable to dissipate at the first touch of external reality. Whoever this Albus Dumbledore was, his arrival meant that the larger world had finally tracked Harry down and was preparing to reclaim him. Hermione reached across the table and grasped his hand with fierce intensity, her grip conveying both reassurance and determination. "Whatever happens," she whispered, "you are not facing it alone. We are going to protect you, and we are going to find out exactly what this person wants before we agree to anything." The conversation in the hallway continued with Dr. Granger, asking careful questions about the stranger's identity and authority, while maintaining the kind of polite firmness that suggested he would not be easily intimidated or manipulated. Harry could not make out all the words being exchanged, but the tone suggested a negotiation between equals rather than a simple demand for compliance. After several minutes, Dr. Granger returned to the kitchen, accompanied by the most remarkable person Harry had ever seen. Albus Dumbledore was tall and thin, with silver hair and a beard that reached nearly to his waist. He wore robes that seemed to belong to an earlier century, and his eyes held depths of knowledge and concern that suggested experience with challenges far beyond anything ordinary people might encounter. But what struck Harry most forcefully was the complete absence of threat in the man's demeanor. Despite his unusual appearance and obvious authority, Dumbledore radiated a kind of benevolent curiosity that seemed genuinely focused on understanding rather than commanding. When his gaze found Harry across the kitchen, the expression in those ancient eyes was one of relief, mixed with something that might have been paternal affection. "Hello, Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying warmth that seemed to wrap around the words like a comfortable embrace. "I have been very concerned about you since you left Privet Drive. I am delighted to see that you appear to be thriving in circumstances that are clearly far superior to what you experienced with your previous guardians." Harry stared at this extraordinary person, struggling to process the implications of what he was hearing. This stranger knew about the Dursleys and seemed to have some form of official responsibility for Harry's welfare, but his primary emotion appeared to be satisfaction that Harry had found a better situation rather than anger that he had disrupted whatever arrangements had previously been in place. Dr. Granger gestured for Dumbledore to take a seat at the table, maintaining the kind of cautious hospitality that allowed for conversation while preserving the ability to terminate the interaction if it proved threatening to their family's interests. "Mr. Dumbledore," she said, "before we discuss Harry's situation, I think we need to understand exactly who you are and what authority you represent." Dumbledore nodded appreciatively, apparently recognizing the protective impulse behind the question and respecting the Grangers' commitment to gathering information before making decisions. "I am the headmaster of a school that specializes in educating young people with abilities similar to those that Harry and Hermione have been developing," he replied. "For the past 8 years, I have been responsible for monitoring Harry's welfare and ensuring his safety until he was old enough to receive formal instruction. The revelation that there was an entire educational institution devoted to training children with unusual abilities was revolutionary enough. But the implication that Dumbledore had been aware of Harry's situation with the Dursleys and had chosen not to intervene was deeply disturbing. Hermione immediately leaned forward with the intensity of someone who had identified a significant inconsistency that required explanation. "If you have been responsible for Harry's welfare," she said, her voice carrying the kind of clinical precision that made her questions impossible to dismiss or evade, "then you must be aware of the abuse and neglect he has endured for his entire life. Why was he not removed from that situation years ago?" Dumbledore's expression grew somber as he considered how to address accusations that were both entirely accurate and completely justified. The circumstances that led to Harry's placement with the Dursleys were based on magical protections that required him to live with blood relatives, however unsuitable they might have proved to be as guardians, he said. "I deeply regret that the price of his physical safety was such extensive emotional and psychological harm." Dr. Granger's professional training allowed him to recognize evasion and inadequate justification when he encountered them, regardless of how they might be dressed up in references to unusual circumstances. "Mr. Dumbledore," he said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had spent years advocating for children in difficult situations, "no magical protection could possibly justify the systematic abuse of a child. If you had responsibility for Harry's welfare, then you failed in that responsibility in ways that caused extensive and unnecessary harm. The condemnation was delivered without hostility, but with absolute moral clarity that left no room for rationalization or excuse." Dumbledore accepted the judgment with the dignity of someone who had long ago acknowledged his own failures while continuing to work toward better outcomes in the future. "You are absolutely correct," he replied, his voice carrying genuine remorse rather than defensive justification. The decisions I made prioritized one form of protection while ignoring others that were equally important. Harry suffered unnecessarily because I failed to find alternatives that would have addressed both his physical safety and his emotional well-being. The admission seemed to surprise all 4 members of the Granger family, who had expected either denial or elaborate explanations rather than straightforward acceptance of responsibility. Harry found himself staring at this remarkable adult who was willing to acknowledge mistakes without making excuses or shifting blame to others. Hermione, meanwhile, had been processing the information about magical education with her characteristic systematic analysis. "Mr. Dumbledore," she said, "if there is a school that teaches people with abilities like ours, then presumably there are others who can do the things that Harry and I have been learning to control." "Indeed there are," Dumbledore confirmed, his expression brightening with something that looked very much like grandfatherly pride. "The magical community contains thousands of individuals with various talents and abilities, and most of them attend educational institutions designed to help them develop their gifts responsibly and effectively." The conversation that followed was unlike anything any of them had ever experienced. Dumbledore patiently explained the existence of an entire magical society that operated alongside the conventional world, complete with its own government, economy, and cultural institutions. He described Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a place where children learned to harness and direct their abilities while receiving education in both magical and conventional subjects. But what fascinated the Grangers most was Dumbledore's reaction to learning about the systematic, magical experimentation that Harry and Hermione had been conducting with their parents' knowledge and support. Rather than expressing concern about unauthorized magical activity by untrained children, he seemed genuinely impressed by their methodical approach and the remarkable results they had achieved through collaboration and careful documentation. "Most magical children," he explained, "experience only random, accidental magic until they begin formal training at age 11. The level of control and intentionality that you have demonstrated is extraordinary, particularly given that you have had no access to conventional magical education or guidance." He was even more amazed when the children demonstrated some of their collaborative techniques, working together to restore a damaged book and encourage accelerated growth in a struggling houseplant. The seamless integration of their abilities and the amplified effects they could produce when working in harmony represented something that magical theory suggested should not be possible without years of advanced training. "Dr. Granger," Dumbledore said, turning his attention to the adults who had made all of this development possible, "you have accomplished something truly remarkable. Most magical children who grow up in non-magical families struggle with feelings of isolation and alienation. Harry and Hermione have not only avoided those problems, but have actually excelled beyond what we typically see from children their age." The praise was genuine and well-deserved, but it also carried implications that the Grangers were beginning to understand. If Harry and Hermione were developing at an unprecedented rate, it meant that conventional educational timelines might not be adequate to address their needs. They might require more advanced instruction sooner than the typical magical curriculum would provide. More significantly, their collaborative abilities suggested that separating them might actually impede their development rather than supporting it. Whatever educational arrangements were made for one child would need to accommodate the other, or both might suffer from the loss of their unique partnership. Dumbledore seemed to be thinking along similar lines as he observed the family dynamics and the obvious bonds that had formed between all 4 members of the household. The situation he had come to assess had turned out to be far more complex and promising than he had anticipated. Rather than retrieving a traumatized child who needed immediate rescue, he had discovered a thriving family unit that was providing exactly the kind of support and encouragement that he had always hoped Harry might eventually find. The question now was whether that family could be integrated into the magical world in ways that would provide additional resources and protection without disrupting the remarkable progress that had already been achieved. It would require unprecedented flexibility from magical institutions that were not accustomed to accommodating non-magical family members, but the potential benefits were too significant to ignore. As the morning progressed and the conversation continued, Harry began to understand that his life was about to change once again in ways that he could not fully anticipate. But for the first time, those changes were being discussed with him rather than imposed upon him, and the adults involved seemed committed to finding solutions that preserved the relationships and circumstances that had allowed him to flourish. Whatever happened next, he would not be facing it alone. The weeks that followed Dumbledore's initial visit transformed the Granger household into something that had never existed before in the history of magical or non-magical education. What emerged was a unique hybrid of rigorous scientific methodology and careful magical instruction, overseen by adults who refused to accept conventional limitations on what was possible when brilliant children were given proper support and encouragement. Harry had never experienced anything remotely resembling the educational environment that now surrounded him daily. Instead of being punished for asking questions or displaying knowledge, he was actively encouraged to pursue every avenue of inquiry that captured his interest. The Grangers had quickly recognized that his apparent academic deficits were the result of systematic neglect rather than any lack of intellectual capacity, and they had dedicated themselves to providing him with opportunities to demonstrate his actual capabilities. Hermione had become both his study partner and his fiercest advocate, applying her formidable analytical skills to identifying gaps in his educational foundation and developing strategies to address them efficiently. She approached his academic rehabilitation with the same methodical precision she brought to magical experimentation, creating detailed plans that would allow him to master several years' worth of conventional curriculum while simultaneously exploring the more advanced concepts that genuinely challenged his intellect. The results were remarkable, even by the standards of a family accustomed to exceptional academic achievement. Within a month, Harry had not only caught up to age-appropriate expectations in mathematics and language arts, but had begun working with materials designed for students several years older. His ability to absorb and integrate new information seemed almost supernatural, though the adult supervising his progress suspected that it might actually be enhanced by the same unusual capabilities that allowed him to influence physical reality through focused intention. Dr. Granger had taken leave from her dental practice to coordinate the complex educational program they had designed, drawing on her medical training to ensure that Harry's psychological recovery proceeded alongside his academic development. She monitored his emotional responses to various subjects and teaching methods, adjusting their approach whenever she detected signs of the anxiety and self-doubt that had been instilled by years of abuse and neglect. Dr. Granger used his scientific background to help both children understand the theoretical foundations underlying their magical abilities, encouraging them to approach their unusual gifts with the same systematic rigor they applied to conventional subjects. He had begun documenting their experiments with the thoroughness of a professional researcher, creating detailed records that might eventually contribute to an entirely new field of study, combining magical and scientific methodologies. Most remarkably, Dumbledore had not only approved of these unconventional arrangements, but had actively supported them by providing resources and guidance that would have been impossible to obtain through normal channels. He visited the house regularly, bringing books and materials from the Hogwarts library that had never been seen by non-magical families, and engaging in discussions that treated the Grangers as equal partners in Harry's educational development rather than obstacles to be managed or circumvented. The magical theory texts that Dumbledore provided were far more advanced than anything typically introduced to children before their 3rd or 4th year at Hogwarts. But Harry and Hermione approached them with the same systematic analysis they brought to every other intellectual challenge. They read voraciously, conducted careful experiments to test theoretical principles, and asked questions that often surprised even Dumbledore with their sophistication and insight. Their collaborative magical abilities continued to develop at an unprecedented rate, enhanced by the supportive environment and expert guidance they now enjoyed. They had learned to sense each other's emotional states across considerable distances, a form of connection that magical literature suggested should not be possible without years of advanced training in mental disciplines. When they worked together on complex magical tasks, their individual capabilities seemed to merge and amplify in ways that produced effects far beyond what either could accomplish alone. Dr. Granger had begun corresponding with colleagues at various universities, carefully describing the children's educational progress without revealing the magical aspects of their development. The response from academic professionals had been universally positive, with several institutions expressing interest in monitoring the experiment as a potential model for educating exceptionally gifted children who might benefit from more flexible and individualized approaches. But it was the magical aspects of their development that proved most fascinating to everyone involved. Under Dumbledore's careful supervision, Harry and Hermione had begun learning techniques that were normally reserved for much older students who had already mastered basic wand work and fundamental spellcasting. Their ability to produce controlled magical effects through pure mental focus and emotional discipline was so unusual that Dumbledore had consulted with colleagues at other magical schools to determine whether similar phenomena had been observed elsewhere. The answer, it appeared, was that Harry and Hermione represented something genuinely unique in the recorded history of magical education. While there had been occasional accounts of children who demonstrated unusual precocity or unconventional approaches to magical development, no one had ever documented the kind of systematic collaborative enhancement that characterized their partnership. More significantly, their abilities seemed to be fundamentally constructive rather than destructive in nature. When they attempted to repair damaged objects, restore failing plants, or heal minor injuries, their success rate was remarkable. But when Dumbledore had cautiously suggested experiments with more aggressive magical applications, their effectiveness dropped dramatically, as though their unusual gifts were specifically attuned to healing and creation rather than conflict and domination. This discovery had profound implications for Harry's future, given the prophecies and expectations that surrounded his eventual confrontation with dark forces that continued to threaten both magical and non-magical worlds. If his natural magical inclinations were toward protection and restoration rather than offense and destruction, it might require completely rethinking the preparation he would need to face the challenges that lay ahead. The question of Harry's ultimate destiny had become a frequent topic of discussion between Dumbledore and the Granger parents, though they were careful to conduct these conversations when the children were occupied with other activities. All three adults agreed that Harry deserved to have a normal childhood to the greatest extent possible, but they also recognized that the larger context of magical conflict might eventually require him to take on responsibilities that no child should have to bear. Dr. Granger had been particularly vocal about her concerns regarding the expectations that seemed to surround Harry's future, arguing that an 8-year-old child could not possibly be held responsible for resolving conflicts that had been created by previous generations of adults. She insisted that any long-term planning must prioritize Harry's psychological well-being and personal development over strategic considerations related to ongoing magical wars. Dr. Granger supported his wife's position while also recognizing the practical realities that might eventually limit their ability to protect Harry from external demands and expectations. His medical training had taught him to balance ideal treatment plans with the constraints imposed by circumstances beyond his control, and he understood that they might eventually need to find compromises between what was best for Harry as an individual and what might be required by the larger situation. Dumbledore, meanwhile, found himself in the unprecedented position of having to reconcile his responsibilities as a military leader in an ongoing conflict with his commitment to the welfare of a specific child who had already suffered too much from adult failures and poor decisions. The remarkable progress Harry was making in his current environment made it increasingly difficult to justify any intervention that might disrupt the healing and growth that were finally taking place. The breakthrough that changed everything came during what had begun as a routine magical practice session in the Granger's back garden. Harry and Hermione had been working on advanced visualization techniques, attempting to influence the growth patterns of various plants through focused mental imagery and emotional resonance. The exercise was designed to develop their ability to maintain complex magical effects over extended periods, while coordinating their individual contributions to achieve shared objectives. What happened instead was something that none of the observing adults had anticipated or prepared for. As the children concentrated on encouraging a particularly stubborn rose bush to produce flowers out of season, their combined magical signatures began to resonate in ways that created effects far beyond anything they had previously achieved. Not only did the rosebush bloom spectacularly, but every plant within a 50-foot radius began showing signs of accelerated growth and enhanced vitality. More remarkably, the magical enhancement seemed to be self-sustaining rather than requiring continuous input from the children. Hours after they had concluded their practice session, the garden continued to display levels of health and beauty that defied conventional botanical understanding. Flowers bloomed with unusual vibrancy, vegetables grew with remarkable speed, and even weeds seemed to have been transformed into more attractive and beneficial forms. Dr. Granger conducted soil tests and plant tissue analyses that confirmed what visual observation suggested. The entire garden had been fundamentally altered at a cellular level in ways that enhanced every aspect of plant growth and development. The changes were not temporary magical effects that would fade over time, but permanent improvements that represented genuine transformation of the underlying biological systems. Dumbledore's reaction to this development was a mixture of wonder and concern that reflected the complex implications of what they had witnessed. The level of magical power required to produce such extensive and lasting effects was far beyond what should have been possible for untrained children, regardless of their natural gifts or collaborative abilities. Moreover, the fact that the effects were beneficial rather than destructive suggested that Harry and Hermione were accessing forms of magic that had been considered theoretical rather than practical for centuries. The historical records of magical theory contained references to ancient forms of collaborative magic that were said to have been capable of healing entire landscapes and restoring balance to environments that had been damaged by conflict or neglect. But these accounts were generally dismissed as folklore or exaggeration, since no modern magical practitioner had ever been able to reproduce effects on such a scale. What Harry and Hermione had accomplished in the Granger garden suggested that these historical accounts might have been more accurate than contemporary magical scholars believed. If two 8-year-old children could permanently enhance the vitality of an entire garden through collaborative effort, then perhaps the ancient stories of magical healing and environmental restoration were based on real techniques that had been lost rather than invented. The implications of this discovery extended far beyond academic curiosity about historical magical practices. If Harry and Hermione could indeed access forms of collaborative magic that had been lost for generations, it might represent a completely new approach to addressing the conflicts and challenges that faced both magical and non-magical communities. Rather than focusing on developing Harry's ability to confront dark forces through conventional magical combat, it might be more effective to cultivate his apparent talent for healing and restoration. Instead of preparing him to destroy enemies, they might be able to help him develop capabilities that could address the underlying sources of conflict and create conditions that made destructive magic less appealing or effective. Dr. Granger was particularly excited by the therapeutic applications that such abilities might eventually support. Her medical training allowed her to recognize the potential for magical healing techniques that could address conditions and injuries that conventional medicine could not effectively treat. If Harry and Hermione could learn to apply their collaborative abilities to human health and well-being, they might eventually be able to help people in ways that transcended the traditional boundaries between magical and non-magical medical practice. Hermione, characteristically, wanted to understand the theoretical foundations that made their enhanced collaborative effects possible. She had begun researching magical theory with even greater intensity, looking for principles and mechanisms that might explain how their individual abilities combined and amplified when they worked together. Her systematic approach to investigation was yielding insights that impressed even Dumbledore with their sophistication and originality. Harry, meanwhile, was more interested in the practical applications of what they were learning to accomplish together. The idea that their unusual gifts might be used to help people rather than harm them resonated deeply with his fundamental personality and values. He had experienced enough pain and suffering in his short life to understand the importance of healing and protection, and the possibility that he might be able to provide such benefits to others gave him a sense of purpose that went far beyond personal happiness or security. The collaboration between magical and non-magical educational approaches was producing results that exceeded everyone's expectations, but it was also creating challenges that had never been encountered before. The children were developing capabilities that surpassed conventional magical education while maintaining connections to the non-magical world that were essential to their emotional and intellectual development. Traditional magical institutions were not equipped to accommodate students who had non-magical family members actively involved in their education, just as conventional schools could not provide instruction in magical theory and practice. What the Granger family had created was something entirely new, a hybrid educational environment that treated magical and non-magical knowledge as equally valuable components of a comprehensive learning experience. Dumbledore had begun discussing with other magical educators the possibility of formalizing this approach into something that could serve as a model for other students who might benefit from similar flexibility and innovation. The resistance from traditional institutions was predictable but not insurmountable, particularly given the remarkable results that Harry and Hermione were demonstrating through their unconventional educational experience. The legal aspects of Harry's situation had been resolved through a combination of magical intervention and conventional advocacy that established the Grangers as his official guardians while maintaining appropriate oversight from magical authorities. The process had required unprecedented cooperation between magical and non-magical legal systems, but the outcome provided Harry with security and stability that allowed him to focus on learning and development rather than worrying about his future. Social services investigations into the Dursley household had resulted in findings of severe neglect and abuse that vindicated every decision the Grangers had made to protect Harry from return to his previous living situation. The evidence was so overwhelming that even Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had eventually stopped attempting to justify their treatment and had agreed to relinquish all legal rights and responsibilities related to Harry's care. Dudley's testimony during these proceedings had been particularly revealing, as he gradually acknowledged the extent of the systematic cruelty that had characterized Harry's treatment throughout his childhood. His admissions suggested that he had understood more about the family dynamics than he had previously been willing to admit, and his obvious relief at no longer being required to participate in his parents' abuse indicated that the situation had been harmful to him as well. The resolution of these legal complications meant that Harry could finally stop looking over his shoulder for authorities who might drag him back to the Dursleys, regardless of his wishes or well-being. For the first time in his life, he had legal protection from the people who had hurt him, and adults who were committed to ensuring that such abuse could never happen to him again. But perhaps most importantly, he had found a family that valued him, not despite his unusual abilities, but because of the unique perspective and capabilities he brought to their shared life together. The Grangers had not simply rescued him from a bad situation, they had created an environment where he could flourish and develop in ways that honored both his intellectual gifts and his fundamental humanity. As autumn approached and the children's first year of hybrid magical and conventional education drew toward a close, all four members of the family could look back on months of remarkable growth and achievement. Harry had not only recovered from years of educational neglect, but had demonstrated capabilities that suggested he would be ready for advanced academic work well ahead of conventional timelines. Hermione had continued to excel in all areas, while developing collaborative skills and magical abilities that made her a unique resource for bridging the gap between magical and non-magical intellectual traditions. Her systematic approach to learning and her commitment to helping Harry reach his full potential had proven that true friendship could enhance rather than compete with individual achievement. The Granger parents had successfully created an educational environment that challenged conventional assumptions about how gifted children should be taught, while providing the emotional support and stability that allowed both children to take intellectual risks without fear of failure or punishment. Their willingness to embrace magical education alongside conventional academic subjects had opened possibilities that neither family could have imagined when they first decided to help a frightened child who had appeared in their garden shed. And Dumbledore had discovered that his greatest strategic asset in the ongoing magical conflict might not be Harry's potential for destroying dark forces, but rather his capacity for healing the wounds that made such conflicts possible in the first place. The implications of this realization would require fundamental changes in how magical society approached the challenge of creating lasting peace and security for all its members. As they gathered around the dinner table that evening, sharing stories of the day's discoveries and planning for tomorrow's adventures in learning, none of them could have predicted the extraordinary journey that had brought them together. But all of them understood that what they had built together was worth protecting, nurturing, and sharing with a world that desperately needed examples of what was possible when love, intelligence, and determination were combined in service of helping children reach their full potential. The future stretched ahead of them, full of challenges and opportunities that would test everything they had learned about collaboration, family, and the power of refusing to accept limitations that others might try to impose. But they would face that future together, as a family united by choice rather than obligation, committed to supporting each other through whatever adventures and difficulties lay ahead. Outside the windows, the magically enhanced garden continued to bloom with impossible beauty, a testament to what could be accomplished when different kinds of knowledge and ability were combined in pursuit of healing and growth rather than competition and destruction. It was a symbol of hope that would guide them through the complexities of the years to come, reminding them always that the most powerful magic was the decision to care for each other with wisdom, courage, and unconditional love. The morning that would reshape everything began with a knock on the Granger family door that carried an authority unlike anything they had previously experienced. Harry felt the difference immediately, a resonance in the sound that seemed to vibrate through his bones and awaken every magical sense he had been developing over the past months. Beside him at the breakfast table, Hermione looked up from her advanced transfiguration theory text with the alert expression of someone who had detected a significant change in their environment. Dr. Granger rose to answer the door with the measured caution that had become her standard response to unexpected visitors. But even her professional composure could not entirely mask the surprise in her voice when she spoke to whoever had arrived. The conversation that followed was too quiet to overhear from the kitchen, but the tone suggested formal introductions and careful negotiations rather than casual social interaction. When Dr. Granger returned to the kitchen several minutes later, she was accompanied by a woman who seemed to embody everything Harry had imagined a proper teacher should be. Professor McGonagall was tall and stern-looking, with greying hair pulled back in a severe bun and sharp eyes that missed absolutely nothing in their systematic assessment of the domestic scene before her. She wore dark green robes that managed to look both formal and practical, and she carried herself with the kind of quiet authority that commanded respect without requiring intimidation. "Good morning, Harry," she said, her voice carrying a Scottish accent and a warmth that had not been immediately apparent from her austere appearance. "I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Professor Dumbledore has told me a great deal about your remarkable progress, and I have come to see for myself how you and Miss Granger have been developing your magical abilities." Harry had grown accustomed to adult attention that was supportive rather than hostile. But Professor McGonagall represented something different from the gentle encouragement he had received from the Grangers, or even the grandfatherly concern that characterized Dumbledore's visits. This was someone who evaluated children professionally, who had spent decades assessing magical talent and determining educational needs with clinical precision. Hermione immediately leaned forward with the intense focus that appeared whenever she encountered someone with specialized knowledge that might enhance her understanding. "Professor McGonagall," she said, her voice carrying the respectful curiosity that she reserved for genuine experts, "we have been studying the theoretical foundations of transfiguration magic, but we have had very limited success in producing controlled transformational effects. Would you be willing to assess our technique and suggest improvements?" McGonagall's expression shifted from professional courtesy to something that looked very much like impressed approval. "Most children your age are primarily concerned with making objects disappear or change colors," she replied. "The fact that you are approaching transfiguration as a systematic discipline rather than a collection of entertaining tricks suggests that your magical education has been far more thorough than I had been led to expect." Dr. Granger gestured for McGonagall to join them at the table, maintaining the hospitable but cautious demeanor that had characterized the family's interactions with all magical authorities. "Professor McGonagall," she said, "before we discuss the children's magical development, I think we need to understand exactly what your visit represents. Are you here as an educator, offering additional resources, or as an official, making determinations about their future?" The directness of the question seemed to please McGonagall, who had clearly dealt with enough evasive adults to appreciate straightforward communication. "I am here in multiple capacities," she replied with equal frankness. "As an educator, I am genuinely curious about the remarkable progress that Harry and Hermione have achieved through their unconventional training. As a school administrator, I am here to discuss the possibility of early admission to Hogwarts for students whose abilities have already surpassed what we typically see from much older children." She paused to consider her words carefully before continuing. "But I am also here as someone who has spent 40 years working with magical children, and I want to assess whether the current arrangements are truly serving Harry's best interests, or whether more traditional educational approaches might be necessary to prepare him for the challenges he will inevitably face." Harry felt a familiar tightness in his chest at the implication that his current happiness and security might be considered inadequate by people who had never witnessed the systematic abuse and neglect that had defined his early life. The Granger family had given him everything he had ever dreamed of having: intellectual stimulation, emotional support, genuine affection, and the opportunity to develop his abilities without fear of punishment or rejection. Professor McGonagall seemed to detect his anxiety, because her expression softened in ways that revealed the maternal instincts that lay beneath her professional authority. "Harry," she said gently, "I want you to understand that no one is questioning the quality of care you have received here. Professor Dumbledore has made it quite clear that the Granger family has provided you with support and opportunities that far exceed anything you experienced with your previous guardians." Her voice grew more serious as she continued. "But the magical world can be a dangerous place, particularly for someone with your background and the responsibilities that may eventually fall to you. The question we must consider is whether the excellent foundation you have built here can be enhanced by additional resources and training that would better prepare you for whatever challenges lie ahead." Dr. Granger's response was immediate and uncompromising, delivered with the fierce protectiveness that had characterized her approach to Harry's welfare since the day she had discovered him in their garden shed. "Professor McGonagall," she said, "any discussion of Harry's educational future must be based on what is best for him as an individual child, not on abstract responsibilities or expectations that have been imposed by other people's conflicts and decisions." Her voice carried the authority of someone who had spent years advocating for children in difficult circumstances and would not be easily intimidated by institutional pressure. "Harry has already suffered more than any child should have to endure because adults failed to prioritize his well-being over their strategic considerations. We will not allow that pattern to be repeated, regardless of what magical authorities might consider necessary or appropriate." McGonagall nodded with what appeared to be genuine respect for the position that Dr. Granger had articulated. "Your commitment to Harry's welfare is commendable, and exactly what he needed after years of neglect," she replied. "But I would ask you to consider the possibility that providing him with the best possible magical education is not contrary to his personal interests, but essential to ensuring his future safety and happiness." The conversation that followed was unlike any educational discussion that Harry had ever witnessed or imagined. McGonagall engaged both children directly, treating their opinions and preferences as important factors in determining their educational path, rather than simply making decisions that would be imposed upon them, regardless of their wishes. She began by asking them to demonstrate some of the magical techniques they had been developing, observing their collaborative methods with the keen attention of someone who understood both the theoretical foundations and practical applications of advanced magical theory. Her reactions to their demonstrations revealed a mixture of amazement and concern that suggested she was witnessing capabilities that exceeded her considerable professional experience. When Harry and Hermione worked together to repair a complex mechanical clock that had been broken beyond conventional repair, McGonagall's eyebrows rose in a manner that indicated she was seeing something that should not have been possible for untrained children. When they collaborated to accelerate the growth of several houseplants while simultaneously enhancing their resistance to disease and environmental stress, her expression shifted to something that looked very much like professional alarm. "What you have just accomplished," she said, after observing several more demonstrations, "represents magical theory and application that most adult wizards would find challenging, even with years of specialized training. The level of control and precision you have developed is extraordinary, but it also suggests that your abilities are advancing much faster than conventional educational timelines can accommodate." Hermione immediately leaned forward with the intensity that characterized her approach to any new intellectual challenge. "Professor McGonagall," she said, "are you suggesting that our current rate of development might actually be problematic rather than simply accelerated?" McGonagall's response revealed depths of concern that had not been immediately apparent in her initial assessment. Advanced magical abilities without proper theoretical foundation and institutional oversight can become dangerous, both to the practitioners and to the people around them, she explained. "What you have achieved is remarkable, but magical power without adequate understanding of its implications and limitations has historically led to significant problems." Dr. Granger's medical training allowed him to recognize the parallels between magical development and other forms of accelerated growth that could create complications if not properly managed. "Are you suggesting that Harry and Hermione need more structured guidance to ensure that their abilities develop safely?" he asked. "Or are you indicating that their current approach to magical education is fundamentally flawed?" "Both," McGonagall replied with characteristic directness. "The foundation they have built is excellent, but it needs to be supplemented with institutional resources and expertise that cannot be replicated in even the most supportive family environment. Moreover, they need exposure to the broader magical community and the challenges they will face as adult members of magical society." She gestured toward the evidence of their magical experiments that was visible throughout the house. "You have created something unprecedented here," she continued, addressing all 4 members of the family. "But precedents exist for good reasons. Magical education has developed over centuries to address problems and complications that even the most well-intentioned family cannot anticipate or prevent." The discussion that followed required several hours and covered topics that ranged from practical educational logistics to philosophical questions about the relationship between individual development and institutional responsibility. McGonagall presented her case for early admission to Hogwarts with the systematic thoroughness of someone who had spent decades convincing parents that their children would benefit from formal magical education. but she also demonstrated genuine flexibility in considering alternatives that might accommodate the unique circumstances that Harry and Hermione represented. Rather than simply insisting on conventional approaches, she engaged seriously with the Grangers' concerns about maintaining family connections and preserving the collaborative methods that had proven so effective. The breakthrough came when Hermione asked a question that reframed the entire discussion in ways that none of the adults had previously considered. "Professor McGonagall," she said, rather than debating whether we should join the existing educational system or continue with our current arrangements, could we explore the possibility of creating something new that combines the best aspects of both approaches? Her suggestion sparked a conversation about educational innovation that revealed McGonagall to be far more flexible and forward-thinking than her austere appearance might have suggested. Over the course of several hours, they began to develop the framework for an educational arrangement that would allow Harry and Hermione to maintain their family connections and collaborative methods while gaining access to institutional resources and broader magical community exposure. The solution that emerged was unprecedented in the history of magical education, but seemed perfectly logical given the unique circumstances and remarkable results that the family had already achieved. Rather than requiring the children to choose between family and magical education, McGonagall proposed a hybrid arrangement that would provide them with the best of both worlds. Harry and Hermione would spend part of each year at Hogwarts, participating in advanced coursework and specialized training that could not be replicated elsewhere, while also spending significant time with the Granger family, pursuing their collaborative research and maintaining the emotional connections that had proven so crucial to their development. More importantly, the Granger parents would be actively involved in this educational process, rather than excluded from it. Dr. Granger would be invited to consult on the medical and psychological aspects of magical education, contributing her expertise to help other children who might benefit from more individualized approaches. Dr. Granger would work with Hogwarts faculty to develop new methodologies that integrated scientific and magical perspectives in ways that could enhance the educational experience for all students. The arrangement would require significant flexibility from Hogwarts administration and faculty, but McGonagall seemed confident that the remarkable results Harry and Hermione had already achieved would convince even the most traditional educators that innovation was worth pursuing. Moreover, their collaborative abilities represented something that could potentially benefit the entire magical community if properly developed and understood. As the day progressed, and the details of this unprecedented arrangement were negotiated and refined, Harry found himself experiencing emotions that he had never expected to feel about his educational future. For the first time, adults were designing an educational plan that prioritized his well-being and preferences rather than simply imposing decisions that had been made for administrative convenience or institutional tradition. More importantly, the plan preserved everything that had made his life with the Granger family so transformative, while adding opportunities and resources that could help him continue growing in ways that honored both his magical abilities and his fundamental humanity. He would not have to choose between the family that had saved him and the magical education that could prepare him for whatever challenges lay ahead. Hermione was even more enthusiastic about the proposed arrangements, recognizing the unprecedented opportunities for advanced study and research that would become available through institutional resources, while maintaining the collaborative partnership that had proven so central to both their magical and emotional development. The Granger parents, meanwhile, had gradually come to understand that their willingness to embrace magical education alongside conventional academic subjects had positioned them to contribute to something genuinely revolutionary in the history of how gifted children were taught and supported. McGonagall's final assessment was delivered with the mixture of professional satisfaction and personal affection that characterized the best educational administrators. "What you have created here," she said, addressing the entire family, "represents the kind of innovation and dedication that the magical community desperately needs. Rather than trying to fit Harry and Hermione into existing structures, you have demonstrated that exceptional children require exceptional approaches." She paused to consider the implications of what they were proposing before continuing. This arrangement will require unprecedented cooperation and flexibility from everyone involved, but the potential benefits extend far beyond Harry and Hermione's individual development. If we can successfully integrate family involvement and collaborative methods into magical education, it could transform how we prepare all magical children for adult responsibilities and challenges. The paperwork and administrative details that followed were complex but manageable, requiring coordination between multiple magical and non-magical institutions that had never previously attempted such collaboration. But all the adults involved recognized that they were participating in something that could establish new precedents for educational innovation and family integration. As evening approached and McGonagall prepared to leave, she made one final observation that captured the significance of what they had accomplished together. "In 40 years of magical education," she said, "I have never seen children who were so well prepared to contribute positively to both magical and non-magical communities. The foundation you have built here will serve them well, regardless of what challenges they may face in the future." She looked directly at Harry as she continued. "Most importantly, you have learned that you deserve to be valued and supported, not because of what you might accomplish for others, but because of who you are as an individual. That understanding will protect you from the kinds of manipulation and exploitation that have harmed too many magical children who were considered important for their abilities rather than their humanity." After McGonagall's departure, the family spent the evening discussing the remarkable developments that would reshape their future while preserving everything that had made their present so fulfilling. They had successfully negotiated an educational arrangement that honored both Harry's magical heritage and his chosen family connections, creating something entirely new in the process. Harry fell asleep that night in his own room, surrounded by books that had been chosen because someone believed he would find them valuable, protected by adults who prioritized his well-being over abstract responsibilities or institutional expectations. But now he also looked forward to magical education that would prepare him for adult life while preserving the collaborative partnership and family bonds that had made his recovery and growth possible. The future stretched ahead with possibilities that none of them could have imagined when a frightened 8-year-old boy had first appeared in their garden, shed seeking nothing more than escape from impossible circumstances. But what they had built together was far more than refuge. It was a foundation for the kind of life that every child deserved, but few were fortunate enough to experience. The magical world was about to discover that love, properly applied and supported by genuine understanding, could indeed prove more transformative than any magic that had ever been wielded in service of traditional approaches to education and child development. And Harry Potter, who had begun his life as an unwanted burden on reluctant relatives, was about to show both magical and non-magical communities what became possible when exceptional children were given exceptional support by people who truly cared about their future. Outside his window, the magically enhanced garden continued to bloom with impossible beauty, a testament to what could be accomplished when different kinds of knowledge and ability were combined in pursuit of healing and growth rather than competition and conformity. Tomorrow would bring new adventures in learning, but tonight it was enough to be safe, to be wanted, and to be home with a family that had chosen to love him, not despite his differences, but because of the unique gifts he brought to their shared life together. The transformation of the Granger household into something unprecedented in the annals of magical education began with the arrival of Professor Elara Thistlebottom on a crisp October morning that seemed to carry the promise of extraordinary developments in its very air. Harry had grown accustomed to remarkable adults appearing at their door with offers of knowledge and opportunity. But Professor Thistlebottom represented something entirely different from the formal authority figures who had previously shaped his educational experience. She was a small, energetic woman with silver hair that seemed to have been arranged by favorable winds and eyes that sparkled with the kind of intellectual enthusiasm that Harry had learned to associate with the most effective teachers. Her robes were practical rather than ceremonial, adorned with pockets and attachments that suggested someone who valued function over appearance and who approached magical education as a hands-on discipline rather than a theoretical abstraction. "Good morning," she said, addressing the entire family with the comfortable familiarity of someone who had spent decades working with children and their parents. "I am Professor Thistlebottom, and I have been assigned the delightful task of providing Harry and Hermione with the kind of advanced magical instruction that will prepare them for their unique educational journey at Hogwarts." Dr. Granger invited her into the kitchen with the hospitable efficiency that had become the family's standard approach to integrating magical professionals into their domestic routines. Professor Thistlebottom settled at the table with obvious pleasure, immediately engaging both children in conversation that treated them as intellectual equals rather than students who needed to be managed or directed. "Professor McGonagall has told me extraordinary things about your collaborative magical development," she said, her attention moving between Harry and Hermione with the keen interest of someone who genuinely enjoyed working with gifted students. "I confess that I am here as much to learn from you as to provide instruction, since what you have accomplished together represents approaches to magical theory that most adult practitioners would find challenging to understand, much less replicate." Hermione immediately leaned forward with the focused intensity that characterized her response to any new intellectual challenge. "Professor Thistlebottom," she said, "we have been documenting our magical experiments and the theoretical principles we have identified, but we lack context for understanding how our methods relate to conventional magical education. Could you help us understand where our approach fits within established magical theory?" Thistlebottom's smile suggested genuine delight at the sophistication of the question and the systematic approach that it implied. "Miss Granger," she replied, "what you and Harry have developed is not simply an alternative to conventional magical education, but something that transcends the traditional boundaries between different schools of magical thought. Your collaborative methods appear to integrate elements from ancient magical traditions that most modern practitioners consider purely historical." Harry found himself drawn into the conversation, despite his usual caution about adult assessments of his abilities. "Professor Thistlebottom," he asked, "are you saying that the things we can do together are similar to magic that was practiced in the past but has been forgotten by modern wizards and witches?" "Precisely," Thistlebottom confirmed, her voice carrying the satisfaction of someone who had found students capable of grasping complex concepts without extensive preliminary explanation. Ancient magical texts contain references to collaborative practices that were said to produce effects far beyond what individual practitioners could achieve. But these techniques were considered lost when the practitioners who understood them disappeared from historical record. She opened a leather satchel and withdrew several books that looked far older and more valuable than anything the children had previously encountered. "These texts," she continued, "contain some of the most advanced magical theory ever recorded, but they have been considered purely academic because no one has been able to reproduce the effects they describe. Until now." The books that Professor Thistlebottom had brought were unlike anything in Dumbledore's carefully selected lending library. These volumes were clearly ancient, their pages filled with diagrams and formulas that seemed to shift and change as the children examined them. The text was written in languages that Harry could not identify, but somehow he found that he could understand the meaning even when the words themselves were unfamiliar. Dr. Granger approached the ancient texts with the cautious respect of someone who recognized valuable historical artifacts when she encountered them. "Professor Thistlebottom," she said, "these books appear to be museum-quality specimens. Are we qualified to handle materials that are clearly irreplaceable and potentially dangerous?" Thistlebottom's response revealed the depth of confidence that magical authorities had developed in the Granger family's approach to education and research. "Dr. Granger," she replied, "these texts have been gathering dust in restricted library collections for centuries because no one has been able to apply their contents in practical ways. Harry and Hermione represent the first opportunity in generations to test whether these ancient methods can be successfully integrated into modern magical practice. Moreover, she continued, addressing both parents with the seriousness that such a responsibility deserved, your systematic approach to documenting and analyzing magical phenomena makes you uniquely qualified to supervise this kind of advanced research. The magical community needs families like yours who can bridge the gap between traditional knowledge and innovative application. The first formal lesson began that very afternoon in the Granger's back garden, which had been transformed into an outdoor classroom that combined the practical requirements of magical instruction with the comfortable domesticity that had proven so conducive to the children's learning. Professor Thistlebottom had brought portable equipment that included devices Harry had never imagined, instruments for measuring magical energy, crystals that glowed in response to different types of spellwork, and charts that mapped the theoretical relationships between intention, focus, and manifestation. The approach to instruction was unlike anything Harry had experienced during his previous encounters with magical education. Rather than beginning with basic spells and gradually building complexity, Professor Thistlebottom started with advanced theoretical principles and encouraged the children to develop their own applications based on their understanding of underlying mechanisms. Magic, she explained, is not a collection of specific techniques that must be memorized and reproduced exactly. It is a systematic method for influencing reality through the focused application of will, emotion, and intellectual understanding. The specific forms that magical effects take are less important than the practitioner's ability to achieve the mental and emotional states that make magical manifestation possible. Hermione immediately began taking detailed notes, her systematic approach to learning enhanced by access to theoretical frameworks that provided context for everything she and Harry had been discovering through experimentation. Professor Thistlebottom, she said, does this mean that the collaborative effects we have been producing are the result of our ability to synchronize our mental and emotional states rather than some unique magical property that we happen to possess? Exactly, Thistlebottom confirmed, her approval evident in both her expression and her tone. Most magical practitioners work individually because they have never learned to coordinate their internal states with other people. What you and Harry have developed naturally is a sophisticated form of magical collaboration that typically requires years of training and practice to achieve. Harry found this explanation both reassuring and challenging. It suggested that his abilities were not the result of some freakish abnormality, but rather represented the successful development of capabilities that all magical people possess to some degree. At the same time, it implied that he and Hermione had somehow accomplished something that most adult wizards and witches found difficult or impossible. The practical exercises that Professor Thistlebottom designed for them were far more advanced than anything they had previously attempted, but they were also more systematic and theoretically grounded than their earlier experimental work. Instead of simply trying different approaches and documenting the results, they now had access to centuries of accumulated knowledge about magical principles and best practices. Under her guidance, Harry learned to sense and influence magical energies that had previously been invisible to his conscious awareness. He discovered that the garden around them was filled with naturally occurring magical fields that could be detected, measured, and modified through appropriate techniques. Plants, soil, air, and even sunlight all contained forms of magical energy that could be harnessed and directed by practitioners who understood how to work with natural systems rather than against them. Hermione, meanwhile, excelled at the theoretical aspects of advanced magical study, rapidly mastering complex formulas and diagrams that described the relationships between different types of magical energy and the methods for combining them effectively. Her scientific background provided her with analytical tools that most magical students lacked, allowing her to identify patterns and principles that might have remained hidden from purely intuitive approaches. but it was their collaborative work that continued to produce the most remarkable results. When Harry and Hermione combined their individual abilities under Professor Thistlebottom's expert guidance, they were able to accomplish magical effects that amazed even their experienced instructor. They could restore not just individual damaged objects, but entire systems that had been compromised by age, wear, or deliberate destruction. More significantly, they began to demonstrate abilities that had never been documented in modern magical literature. They could enhance the natural properties of living things in ways that went far beyond simple healing or growth acceleration. Plants that they worked with together became more resistant to disease, more efficient at photosynthesis, and more effective at improving soil and air quality in their immediate environment. The implications of these discoveries extended far beyond academic curiosity about unusual magical techniques. If Harry and Hermione could indeed restore and enhance natural systems through collaborative magical work, their abilities might eventually be applied to environmental problems that conventional technology and magic had been unable to address effectively. Dr. Granger began documenting these effects with the systematic thoroughness of a professional researcher, creating detailed records that compared magical enhancements with conventional biological and chemical measurements. Her medical training allowed her to understand both the immediate effects and the long-term implications of what the children were accomplishing, and she began developing protocols for testing and validating magical interventions in ways that could be understood and accepted by non-magical scientific communities. Dr. Granger, meanwhile, focused on the psychological and educational aspects of the children's development, monitoring their emotional responses to advanced magical training and ensuring that the increased complexity of their studies did not interfere with their social and intellectual growth in other areas. His background in scientific methodology helped him design experiments that isolated specific variables and tested particular hypotheses about magical theory and application. Professor Thistlebottom proved to be not just an instructor, but a collaborator who was genuinely excited about the research opportunities that Harry and Hermione's abilities represented. She had spent decades studying ancient magical texts without being able to test their practical applications, and the children's success in reproducing effects that had been considered purely theoretical opened entirely new avenues for magical scholarship and development. The breakthrough that changed everything came during what had begun as a routine exercise in magical energy manipulation. Professor Thistlebottom had asked Harry and Hermione to work together to enhance the growth rate of a small vegetable garden using techniques they had mastered during previous lessons to encourage healthy development without disrupting natural biological processes. What happened instead was something that none of them had anticipated or prepared for. As the children focused their combined attention on the garden, their collaborative magical signature began resonating with natural energy systems that extended far beyond the immediate area they were trying to influence. The enhancement effects spread through underground root networks, carried by water systems, and amplified by connections between different plant communities that existed throughout the neighborhood. Within hours, every garden within a half-mile radius began showing signs of accelerated growth and enhanced vitality that could not be explained by conventional agricultural or botanical principles. Flowers bloomed out of season, vegetables grew to exceptional size while maintaining superior flavor and nutritional content, and trees that had been struggling with disease or environmental stress began displaying levels of health and vigor that suggested complete recovery from years of accumulated damage. Dr. Granger's soil and plant tissue analyses confirmed what visual observation suggested. The magical enhancement had created permanent improvements that affected every aspect of plant biology and ecosystem function. The changes were not temporary magical effects that would fade over time, but fundamental alterations to biological systems that represented genuine transformation of the underlying natural processes. Professor Thistlebottom's reaction to this development was a mixture of professional excitement and personal concern that reflected the complex implications of what they had witnessed. The scale and permanence of the effects that Harry and Hermione had produced together exceeded anything that had been documented in centuries of magical research. They had not simply enhanced individual plants or even single gardens, but had apparently influenced an entire ecosystem in ways that could have far-reaching consequences. More importantly, they had accomplished this transformation without any conscious intention to work on such a large scale. Their magical abilities seemed to be developing according to principles that none of the traditional educational approaches had anticipated or prepared for. If their collaborative effects could spread beyond their intended targets without deliberate direction, it raised questions about their ability to control and contain their magical work as they continued to develop. The discussion that followed involved all 4 members of the Granger family, plus Professor Thistlebottom, and it addressed questions that had never been considered in the history of magical education. How should exceptional magical abilities be developed when they exceeded conventional understanding of what was possible or safe? What responsibilities did practitioners have when their collaborative work could affect entire communities without their explicit consent? How could traditional magical institutions adapt to accommodate students whose capabilities transcended established educational frameworks? Professor Thistlebottom's professional assessment was both encouraging and sobering. Harry and Hermione had clearly demonstrated abilities that could be tremendously beneficial if properly developed and applied, but they also represented challenges that the magical educational system was not equipped to address through conventional methods. Their continued development would require unprecedented flexibility, innovation, and collaboration between different types of expertise. Dr. Granger's medical perspective focused on the importance of ensuring that the children's remarkable abilities developed in ways that supported their overall health and well-being, rather than creating psychological or social problems. The isolation that often affected gifted children could be even more pronounced when their gifts exceeded adult understanding and capability, and she insisted that any educational planning must prioritize their emotional and social development alongside their magical training. Dr. Granger's scientific background led him to emphasize the importance of systematic research and documentation as Harry and Hermione's abilities continued to evolve. The phenomena they were producing had implications that extended far beyond magical education into areas of environmental science, agricultural development, and ecological restoration that could benefit both magical and non-magical communities. Hermione approached the discussion with characteristic analytical precision, asking questions about the theoretical foundations that might explain their collaborative effects and the practical applications that such abilities might eventually support. She was particularly interested in understanding whether their current results represented the full extent of what collaborative magic could accomplish, or whether they were still in the early stages of developing capabilities that might prove even more significant. Harry, meanwhile, found himself thinking about the responsibilities that seemed to accompany his growing abilities. The idea that his magical work with Hermione could affect entire neighborhoods without his conscious intention was both exciting and frightening, suggesting that he needed to develop much greater understanding and control to ensure that his abilities were used appropriately and safely. The solution that emerged from these discussions reflected the same innovative thinking that had characterized all of the family's approaches to Harry's education and development. Rather than treating the children's exceptional abilities as problems that needed to be contained or managed, they would embrace the opportunities that such capabilities represented while developing appropriate safeguards and support systems. Professor Thistlebottom would continue providing advanced magical instruction, but her teaching would be enhanced by consultation with experts from multiple disciplines who could help address the interdisciplinary implications of Harry and Hermione's collaborative work. Dr. and Dr. Granger would expand their involvement in magical education, contributing their professional expertise to help develop new approaches that integrated scientific and magical methodologies. Most importantly, Harry and Hermione would be given gradually increasing opportunities to apply their abilities to real-world problems and challenges working under expert supervision to ensure that their magical development served constructive purposes while building the experience and judgment they would need as adult practitioners. The first such opportunity came sooner than anyone had expected. A nearby hospital had been struggling with a garden area that was intended to provide therapeutic benefits for patients, but had been failing due to poor soil conditions and environmental stress factors that conventional landscaping approaches had been unable to address effectively. Dr. Granger's professional connections allowed her to propose a carefully controlled collaboration between the children's magical abilities and conventional horticultural expertise to restore the hospital garden in ways that could be studied and documented for potential replication elsewhere. The project would provide Harry and Hermione with practical experience, applying their collaborative magic to benefit people in need, while also creating opportunities for research that could advance understanding of magical applications in healthcare settings. The success of this initial project exceeded everyone's expectations. Working together under expert supervision, Harry and Hermione were able to transform the hospital garden into a therapeutic environment that provided demonstrable benefits for patient recovery and staff well-being. The enhanced plants not only grew more vigorously, but seemed to actively improve air quality, reduce noise pollution, and create atmospheric conditions that promoted healing and emotional balance. More importantly, the children were able to accomplish these improvements while maintaining complete control over the scope and intensity of their magical effects. The lessons they had learned from their neighborhood-wide enhancement incident had helped them develop techniques for focusing and containing their collaborative magic in ways that produced intended results without uncontrolled spreading or amplification. The documentation and analysis of this project created the foundation for what would eventually become a new field of study, combining magical and conventional approaches to environmental enhancement and therapeutic horticulture. Dr. Granger began receiving inquiries from colleagues at medical institutions who were interested in understanding how magical interventions might be integrated with conventional treatment approaches. Professor Thistlebottom found herself in the unprecedented position of developing entirely new curricula for students whose abilities transcended traditional magical educational categories. Her work with Harry and Hermione was producing insights into magical theory and application that were attracting attention from educators and researchers throughout the magical world. But perhaps most importantly, Harry and Hermione were learning that their exceptional abilities came with opportunities to contribute positively to their community in ways that went far beyond personal achievement or academic success. They were discovering that magic, properly applied and supported by genuine understanding, could indeed be used to heal and restore and improve the world around them. As autumn deepened, and their first year of formal magical instruction drew toward a close, both children could look back on months of remarkable growth and development. They had mastered advanced magical techniques that most adult practitioners found challenging, but they had also learned to use their abilities responsibly and constructively. They had maintained their collaborative partnership while developing individual expertise, and they had preserved their family connections while preparing for future educational opportunities. Most importantly, they had demonstrated that exceptional children could thrive when given exceptional support by adults who understood that love and high expectations were not contradictory, but complementary. The foundation they had built together would serve them well as they continued growing into whatever they might become. But for now, it was enough to know that they were valued for who they were, rather than what others expected them to accomplish. The future stretched ahead with possibilities that none of them could have imagined just months before, when a frightened child had sought nothing more than escape from impossible circumstances. But what they had built together was far more than refuge. It was a launching pad for adventures in learning and service that would benefit not just their own family, but the broader communities they had chosen to serve through their commitment to using exceptional gifts for the common good. The morning that would force Harry Potter to confront the most painful chapter of his past began with an official letter that carried the weight of legal authority and the promise of final resolution. Dr. Granger placed the envelope beside Harry's breakfast plate with the gentle care of someone who understood that even positive developments could reopen old wounds that had been carefully healing over the past months. The letter, printed on heavy government stationery with official seals and formal language, informed the family that court proceedings regarding Harry's permanent custody arrangements would commence within the week. All parties involved in his previous living situation would be required to provide testimony about the circumstances that had led to his removal from the Dursley household and his subsequent placement with the Granger family. Harry stared at the formal language that reduced 8 years of systematic abuse to clinical terms like neglect, endangerment, and failure to provide adequate care. The bureaucratic descriptions bore no resemblance to the daily reality of hunger, fear, and casual cruelty that had defined his entire existence before that desperate night when he had finally chosen freedom over familiar suffering. Hermione reached across the table to squeeze his hand with the fierce protectiveness that had characterized her response to any threat to their family's stability. "You do not have to face this alone," she said, her voice carrying the same clinical precision she brought to magical research, but warmed with something that sounded very much like sisterly determination. "We will be with you every step of the way, and no one will be allowed to hurt you ever again." Dr. Granger settled into her chair with the focused attention that preceded serious adult conversations about difficult subjects. "Harry," she said, her voice gentle but firm, "I want you to understand exactly what this court proceeding represents and what will be expected of you during the testimony phase." She had spent the previous evening consulting with legal professionals who specialized in child welfare cases, ensuring that she could provide Harry with accurate information about what lay ahead, while also preparing him psychologically for the challenges of confronting his abusers in a formal legal setting. "The primary purpose of these proceedings," she continued, "is to establish a permanent legal framework that will protect you from any future attempts by the Dursleys to reclaim custody or influence over your life. The court needs to hear directly from you about your experiences, so that they can make informed decisions about what arrangements will best serve your long-term welfare. Doctor." Granger leaned forward with the systematic thoroughness that characterized his approach to any complex problem requiring careful analysis and strategic planning. "Harry," he said, "the testimony you provide will be used not only to determine your own future, but potentially to prevent other children from experiencing similar abuse. Your willingness to speak truthfully about what happened could help establish legal precedents that protect other vulnerable children." The weight of this responsibility was both inspiring and terrifying. Harry had never imagined that his personal suffering might serve a larger purpose, or that his individual experiences could contribute to systemic changes that might benefit other children trapped in impossible circumstances. But the idea of facing Vernon and Petunia Dursley in a courtroom, of speaking aloud about things he had never been allowed to discuss, filled him with anxiety that threatened to overwhelm his carefully reconstructed sense of safety and security. Professor Thistlebottom, who had arrived for their regularly scheduled magical instruction session, listened to the family's discussion with the thoughtful attention of someone who understood the intersection between personal trauma and educational development. "Harry," she said, "your magical abilities have grown tremendously over the past months because you have been living in an environment that supports rather than suppresses your natural gifts. Confronting the people who tried to crush your spirit will be difficult, but it will also demonstrate to yourself just how much you have grown and changed." Her observation proved prophetic in ways that none of them could have anticipated. Over the days that followed, as Harry prepared for his court appearance with the support of legal advocates, family members, and magical advisors, his accidental magical incidents began manifesting in ways that reflected his emotional state, but also his newfound strength and self-confidence. Objects in the house began rearranging themselves in patterns that suggested protection rather than chaos. Books moved to locations where they would be easily accessible when needed. Furniture positioned itself to create comfortable conversation areas when adults gathered to discuss legal strategies. Even the garden seemed to respond to Harry's emotional preparation, with defensive plants growing more vigorously, while flowers that symbolized courage and resilience bloomed with unusual intensity. Hermione documented these phenomena with her characteristic scientific precision, but her analysis revealed patterns that suggested Harry's magic was no longer simply reactive to stress and fear. Instead, his abilities seemed to be actively working to create conditions that would support him through the upcoming challenges. His magic had evolved from a defensive response to trauma into a constructive force that anticipated his needs and worked to meet them proactively. The night before the court appearance, the entire Granger family gathered in the sitting room for what had become their tradition of discussing important events and planning their approach to whatever challenges lay ahead. Harry found himself surrounded by people who had chosen to love and protect him, adults who had dedicated themselves to ensuring his well-being, and a sister who had made his struggles her own. Dr. Granger had prepared a comprehensive medical and psychological assessment that documented the physical and emotional damage Harry had sustained during his years with the Dursleys, but she had also included detailed evidence of his remarkable recovery and development since joining their family. The contrast between his condition upon arrival and his current state of health and happiness would provide powerful testimony about the quality of care he had received from both families. Dr. Granger had assembled educational records that demonstrated Harry's intellectual capabilities and the rapid progress he had made once given proper support and encouragement. His academic achievements over the past months would counter any attempts by the Dursleys to characterize him as a difficult or incapable child who had required the harsh discipline they had imposed. Professor Thistlebottom had prepared her own assessment of Harry's magical development, carefully avoiding any references to abilities that might alarm non-magical court officials while documenting his exceptional progress and the constructive applications of his gifts. Her professional evaluation would establish that Harry's unusual incidents had been the result of untrained magical ability rather than deliberate misconduct or psychological instability. But perhaps most importantly, Harry had spent hours with a child advocate who specialized in helping young people prepare for difficult testimony in legal proceedings involving family abuse and neglect. She had taught him techniques for managing anxiety, maintaining focus, and communicating clearly about traumatic experiences without being overwhelmed by the emotional intensity of revisiting painful memories. The morning of the court hearing dawned clear and bright, as though the weather itself was offering encouragement for the difficult work that lay ahead. Harry dressed in clothes that the Granger family had selected to present him as the healthy, well-cared-for child he had become, rather than the neglected waif he had been when they first discovered him in their garden shed. The courthouse was an imposing building that spoke of authority and tradition, but Harry found that he was no longer intimidated by official environments in the way that he had been during his years with the Dursleys. The months of living with adults who respected his opinions and included him in important decisions had given him confidence in his right to be heard and taken seriously by people in positions of power. The courtroom itself was smaller and less formal than Harry had expected, designed to be less intimidating for proceedings that involved children and families rather than criminal defendants. The judge was a middle-aged woman whose expression suggested both professional competence and genuine concern for the welfare of the children whose cases came before her court. When Vernon and Petunia Dursley entered the courtroom, Harry was startled to realize how much smaller and less threatening they appeared than they had in his memories. Vernon's purple face and aggressive posture seemed almost ridiculous in the formal legal setting, while Petunia's thin disapproval looked petty and mean, spirited rather than authoritative or justified. The Dursleys' legal representation had clearly advised them to present themselves as loving relatives who had sacrificed greatly to care for a difficult and ungrateful child, but their testimony quickly revealed inconsistencies and evasions that suggested a very different reality. When questioned about Harry's living conditions, educational opportunities, and medical care, Their answers painted a picture of systematic neglect that contradicted their claims of providing adequate guardianship. Vernon's testimony in particular was damaging to their case, as his obvious anger and resentment toward Harry made it clear that he had never viewed his nephew as anything other than an unwanted burden. His descriptions of the discipline he had imposed revealed a level of cruelty that shocked even the experienced court officials, and his attempts to justify his treatment by referring to Harry's freakish behavior only served to demonstrate his complete failure to understand or meet a child's basic emotional needs. Petunia's testimony was more controlled but equally revealing in its demonstration of the emotional distance and active hostility that had characterized her relationship with Harry. Her descriptions of his behavior and academic performance were so consistently negative that they suggested deliberate sabotage rather than simple neglect, and her obvious relief at being freed from responsibility for his care made it clear that she had never experienced any genuine maternal feelings toward him. When Dudley was called to testify, his obvious discomfort and reluctant admissions provided the most damning evidence against his parents. Under gentle questioning from the child advocate, he gradually revealed details about Harry's treatment that he had previously been coached to conceal. His descriptions of the cupboard under the stairs, the restricted food access, and the casual cruelty that had been normalized within their household provided corroboration for everything that Harry would later describe in his own testimony. Perhaps most significantly, Dudley's testimony revealed that he had understood more about the family dynamics than his parents had realized, and that he had been genuinely disturbed by much of what he had witnessed. His obvious relief at finally being able to speak truthfully about the situation suggested that the abuse had been traumatic for him as well, even though he had been its beneficiary rather than its primary target. When Harry was finally called to provide his own testimony, he found that the months of preparation and support had given him strength and clarity that he could never have imagined possessing during his years of silent suffering. Speaking slowly and clearly, he described his daily life with the Dursleys in clinical detail that left no doubt about the systematic nature of the abuse and neglect he had endured. He spoke about the cupboard under the stairs, the restricted food access, the casual violence, and the emotional cruelty that had convinced him for years that he deserved nothing better than what he was receiving. But he also spoke about the night he had finally chosen to leave, the remarkable family that had taken him in, and the healing and growth that had been possible once he was surrounded by people who valued and protected him. The contrast between Harry's composed, articulate testimony and the Dursleys' defensive evasions made it clear to everyone in the courtroom which version of events was accurate and which family was genuinely committed to his welfare. His obvious health and happiness, his educational achievements, and his respectful but confident demeanor provided powerful evidence of what was possible when children were given proper care and support. The most powerful moment came when Harry was asked to describe the difference between his life with the Dursleys and his life with the Granger family. His answer was simple but devastating in its clarity. With the Dursleys, I learned that I was worthless and deserved to be hurt. With the Grangers, I learned that I have value and deserve to be loved. The judge's decision was swift and unequivocal. The Dursleys would lose all legal rights and responsibilities regarding Harry's care, and the Granger family would be granted permanent custody with full authority to make decisions about his education, medical care, and future welfare. Moreover, the court would recommend that social services investigate whether Vernon and Petunia Dursley should face criminal charges for their systematic abuse and neglect of a child in their care. The relief that flooded through Harry at the judge's pronouncement was so intense that he felt momentarily dizzy. For the first time in his life, he had legal protection from the people who had hurt him, and adults who were committed to ensuring that such abuse could never happen to him again. The nightmare that had defined his first 8 years was finally, officially, permanently over. But perhaps more importantly, the legal proceedings had demonstrated to Harry just how much he had grown and changed during his months with the Granger family. He had faced his abusers not as a terrified child seeking to avoid punishment, but as a confident young person who understood his worth and was willing to speak truthfully about his experiences in order to protect himself and potentially other children. The drive home from the courthouse was quiet but peaceful, filled with the kind of satisfied exhaustion that follows the successful completion of a difficult but necessary task. Harry sat between Dr. and Dr. Granger, with Hermione holding his hand and all 4 family members processing the significance of what they had accomplished together. Dr. Granger was the first to break the silence, her voice carrying the mixture of professional satisfaction and maternal pride that had characterized her advocacy for Harry since the day she had first discovered his condition. "Harry," she said, "what you did today was incredibly brave and important. You spoke your truth with dignity and clarity, and you helped ensure that other children might be protected from similar abuse." Dr. Granger nodded his agreement, his own voice warm with paternal affection and respect for the courage Harry had demonstrated. "You have grown into a remarkable young man," he said, "and we are proud not only of your strength today, but of everything you have accomplished over the past months. You have transformed yourself from a victim into a survivor and an advocate for others who need protection." Hermione squeezed his hand with the fierce loyalty that had characterized their partnership from the very beginning. "You never have to be afraid of them again," she said, her voice carrying absolute certainty about their family's commitment to his protection and welfare. "We are your family now, and families protect each other, no matter what challenges we might face." That evening, as they gathered around the dinner table for their traditional family meal and discussion of the day's events, Harry realized that the legal proceedings had accomplished something far more significant than simply resolving his custody situation. They had provided him with official validation that the abuse he had endured was real, unacceptable, and not his fault. For years, the Dursleys had convinced him that their treatment was justified by his own deficiencies and behavioral problems. The court's unequivocal condemnation of their actions and its recognition of his worth and potential had finally freed him from the last vestiges of self-doubt and internalized blame that had lingered despite months of healing and growth. Professor Thistlebottom arrived for their evening magical instruction session to find a family celebrating not just a legal victory, but a personal transformation that had been years in the making. Harry's magical signature had changed subtly, but significantly during the day, reflecting the deep psychological healing that had taken place as he confronted and overcame the trauma that had shaped his early development. The magical exercises that followed were among the most successful that Harry and Hermione had ever attempted together. Their collaborative abilities seemed enhanced by Harry's newfound sense of completeness and security, producing effects that were both more powerful and more precisely controlled than anything they had previously achieved. The garden that surrounded their practice area responded to their enhanced magical harmony by blooming with unusual intensity and beauty, creating an environment that seemed to celebrate the resolution of old wounds and the promise of continued growth and development. Plants that had been struggling began to thrive, flowers opened in spectacular displays of color and fragrance, and even the air itself seemed cleaner and more refreshing. As Harry fell asleep that night in his own room, surrounded by books that had been chosen because someone believed he would find them valuable, protected by adults who had proven their commitment to his welfare through both words and actions, he reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought him to this moment of peace and security. Less than a year ago, he had been a terrified child locked in a cupboard, convinced that he deserved nothing better than the cruelty and neglect that had defined his entire existence. Tonight, he was a valued member of a family that had chosen to love him, a student whose abilities were recognized and encouraged, and a young person whose future held possibilities that he could never have imagined during his darkest moments. The legal proceedings had provided official closure to the most painful chapter of his past, but more importantly, they had demonstrated that love, properly applied and supported by courage and determination, could indeed heal wounds that had seemed irreparable. The foundation he had built with the Granger family was strong enough to withstand any challenge, and the future stretched ahead with adventures and opportunities that would test and develop everything he had learned about resilience, collaboration, and the transformative power of genuine family bonds. Outside his window, the magically enhanced garden continued to bloom with impossible beauty, a living testament to what could be accomplished when healing and growth were supported by wisdom, patience, and unconditional love. Tomorrow would bring new lessons and discoveries, but tonight it was enough to know that he was safe, valued, and home with people who had seen him at his most vulnerable and had chosen to help him become everything he was capable of being. The nightmare was over. The dream was just beginning.